Let's get, uh, we think we have everyone here that needs to be here. We have our quorum. So I'll just quickly call to order our October 16th meeting for Rural Counties Environmental Services Joint Powers Authority. And we have a guest speaker this morning, and to be mindful of her schedule, we're going to go ahead and jump right into that.
What should we recognize who's online first? So
Oh, do we, for the,
yeah. quorum purposes.
oh, for quorum, okay, I don't know if we've done that before,
Yeah,
but
I want to start doing that
we're
to
gonna,
make sure we're here.
we wanna
And
be
so
more
we do
official.
have 4 remote notice locations. So we have Ted Ward coming in from Del Norte, and we've got Diane Rader coming in from Trinity, and Jose Castaneda from Imperial, and then Chad Senior is down in Mono County. So those are all our notice locations, and appreciate everyone zooming in with us today.
Is Chad the convict lake room?
Yes, Chad's the
I was-
convict lake room.
I love that.
So Mono County, we've got double Mono County today because
Yay.
Rhonda, Supervisor Dugan's here in the room, so.
Okay, with that, did we do all our formal stuff? We're good? Yeah, all right. So turn it over to Emily Coven, the California Executive Director for the Circular Action Alliance. Thank you for being here this morning.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Am I holding this the right distance away?
Sounds good.
Okay, it does. All right. I'm gonna try to share my, here, let's see, is that showing you, oh, that's showing you the whole, sorry. How do I go full screen? I'm new in a lot of ways, and in one of the ways I'm new is that I'm new to this computer as of yesterday. So I am going to try to see, how do I get to, oh, slideshow, look at that. There we go. Does that look? Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Okay, great. So my name's Emily Coven. Nice to meet you all that I don't know. Nice to see those of you who I've met before. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. It's stopping. Oh, I see. It's going on its own. Okay. So I am the California Executive Director for CAA. I have been at CAA about 6 weeks. So I'm going to give you some legal disclaimers, but my disclaimer is I probably have more questions than I have answers at this point. So I'm not going to do a great job answering your questions, but I look forward to hearing them so that then I can figure out what the questions are and get some answers to you all. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, actually, I'm going to go through my disclaimers that I'm required to go through. I'm not a lawyer. CAA is not lawyers. This is not legal advice. And then this probably doesn't apply to you, but sometimes we meet with producers and they're not allowed to, do antitrust behavior. Okay, so today I'm going to talk a little bit about CAA for those of you who are not as familiar with CAA and what we're doing and what our role is in all of this with SB 54. Talk about the reimbursements process, which I think you're somewhat maybe very familiar with depending on who you are. And then specifically, rural stuff. Are you, just to get a read of the room, is everybody very clear on CAA? I don't want to tell you a bunch of stuff you already know. Would it be helpful to hear a little bit more of an overview of the organization?
I know nothing, but
you know
there's
nothing.
Way more technical people in the room. So
okay, well,
if
you know nothing, I want you to know who we are. So let's go with I know nothing.
Okay. Yes, please.
Okay, great. So we are the producer responsibility organization that has been assigned by the state of California to implement SB 54. And so the concept is it's a nonprofit organization that was formed by these 24 brands that you see on the screen here that came together because producer responsibility organizations are producer-led, meaning that the producers are kind of responsible for implementing the law, for being compliant, for doing all of the things, right? So the idea is it's not on the state, it's not on local jurisdictions, it's on the producers to make it work. So they formed CAA, and then we are part of the CAA staff actually implementing the law. There are multiple packaging EPR laws in the United States. So the first one that's gone into, well, actually, I just go to my next slide here. The first one that's gone into effect is in Oregon. That went live in July. So it's the first one in the United States up and running. It's a really big milestone. Colorado is on the brink of getting up and running. And then California will be the third state. Washington and Minnesota and Maryland are not far behind. And then all of these states, CAA has been selected as the pro to run the EPR program. So the good thing for us at CAA is we have that institutional knowledge of, I have a counterpart in Oregon. I was just talking to Larry about how she's dealing with Eastern Oregon, which has a lot of parallels with rural California, right? So I can talk to her about that. I have a counterpart in Colorado. We also have a bunch of Canadians who you all may have interacted with, because Canada is way ahead of the US on packaging EPR. So they've been to this movie before, and they therefore can bring some of that institutional knowledge. So we have some staff and a number of consultants that have a lot of experience in Canada. And then what I'm doing is I'm building out the team in California. So it's a tiny team right now. It's myself and one other person, but it will be a sizable team. So we have a director of recycling operations starting in 2 weeks. We're about to bring on a communications manager. So you'll be getting better information because it'll be someone's job. We're going to build out a whole recycling operations team whose job is going to be to work with the local jurisdictions, the haulers, the MRFs to figure out this whole reimbursement process. All those people will be physically located in California and actually able to come and see, see your location, see your facilities, see your operations, and actually work with you on this. So that is a gap we have at CA right now, but my job is to fill it. And so that's what I'm doing. Well, among other things. So kind of big picture about a producer responsibility organization. We do a whole bunch of stuff, but this is a kind of an overview. So right now we're at the top of the clock. We're on the consult part of our work, which is working with communities and interest holders to understand everybody's needs so that we build a plan that fulfills those needs. And then we're also right now working on the plan part of this. So the state of California, we have to submit to them on June 15th a program plan. That's this giant document that says everything we're going to do to effectively implement SB 54. And so that is really what we're trying to work on now, is make sure that that giant document reflects all of the needs of all of the communities and all of the producers and all of the everybody in California and beyond. Then once we kind of have that in place, then the program starts and we collect fees from producers, goes into a giant pot of money. And then we use those fees to basically improve the recycling system. And so very specifically to just the materials covered under SB 54, just paper and packaging, but really it's our main focus because of the way the law is written is single-use plastic. So we'll be investing in the collection system, investing in processing. We're really have to focus on end markets because we can't collect and process a bunch of stuff or sort a bunch of stuff and then have nowhere to send it. We have to educate. So we'll be partnering with communities. We'll do some statewide education. There'll be local education. And then I skipped over the bottom of the clock, but 6 o'clock is actually in some ways the most important part of all this, which is the whole concept of EPR is it incentivizes the producers to actually change their packaging to lessen the use of single-use plastic. So there's all these incentives in the way the bill was written for source reduction, for conversion over to reuse and refill. And so that's kind of the big picture of what our responsibility is at CAA. One thing I like to point out as I've been doing presentations lately is the difference between CAA and CalRecycle and SB 54, because I don't think that's been very clear up until now. So, because we get a lot of CalRecycle questions and CalRecycle get a lot of CAA questions. And I think we're sending people back and forth, and that's probably not particularly enjoyable to be ping-ponged around. So we're trying to get that a little clearer. So our job at CAA is planning and implementation. I'm not going to read all this, but basically we are the doers And Cal Recycle, they are the regulators. So any regulation questions, regulation concerns, that's a Cal Recycle thing. And they're also oversight. So they're kind of like, they watch over us and make sure we're doing everything that we are supposed to do and that we've said we'll do. But I think the main thing is kind of how is it going to work? That's come to us for, and well, why is it this way? Those are the Cal Recycle questions in very brief. So here's the big audacious goals of SB 54, which you may be familiar with. So on the far right is that those are obligations that are completely on the producer. So they have to, by 2032, ensure that 100% of the packaging that they are selling in California is recyclable or compostable. And every single producer has that obligation. So any producer you can think of, and there are thousands of them, all have to comply with that part of it individually. And then over on the left in the middle, these are kind of like industry-wide obligations that CAA has to figure out how to do this industry-wide. So overall, we have to reduce single-use plastic by 25%, and that's off of a 2023 baseline. So it's actually 25% less than they were selling already a couple of years ago. So it's a really, really big, audacious goal. And 10% of that has to come from either reuse and refill or elimination of the packaging altogether. And then the goal that affects you all the most is we have to get to where we are recycling 65% of single-use plastic in California of covered materials, not beverage containers, but most other covered materials, by 2032. And there's some stair-step goals along the way, 2027, 2028, 2030, but this is kind of, when we think about it, we're really playing the like, how do we get to 2032? Because if we only get to 2028 and can't go any further, there's kind of no point, right? We have to get all the way to 2032 with these goals. Here's the timeline of what we're working on. So we just got through, as I imagine you're aware, the 45-day public comment period on the latest draft of the regulations. Currently, this is down at the bottom there, October, November. These are our consultations with the public, which I'll talk about more on my next slide. Cal Recycle will be publishing a needs assessment, hopefully very early in 2026, because that is meant to inform our plan. And you know, I think we are all keeping our, hopefully if you're not, please do keep your fingers crossed that the regulations can be finalized. One of our biggest challenges at CAA is drafting a program plan and doing lots of planning when we don't have final regulations. It's got a little bit of a chicken and an egg challenge. Like I said, we submit that plan to the advisory board and by extension Cal Recycle on June 15th. And if all of these things fall into place as we hope, then this whole program goes live in early 2027. And this is the consultation series that we're doing. So this is basically 11 webinars on all sorts of different topics. I know some of you have been attending. John Kennedy has been an excellent attender and question asker. So he is there representing you all for sure, but I encourage everyone to attend if you are not already, especially the first 7. The last 4 are really more producer focused. So that's more like, if you're interested in, you know, what Coca-Cola has to do, please attend. But it's really the first 7 that are more impactful for, you know, a county. And if you can't attend them live, or if they've already passed, we post the full recordings on the website. And then the most important part of this, and this is really like one of my big asks of you all, is there are questionnaires that you can fill out after the webinar. You don't even have to attend the webinar to fill out the questionnaire. Preferably you would, so you know what we were talking about. So you can watch a recording of the webinar. You can fill out the questionnaires. The questionnaires are open for a full month after the webinar. So like the compostable packaging one, that is still open until November 6th. You have plenty of time to watch all these. You can download like fact sheets about them. You can download the decks, like however you want to consume this information. Please fill out the questionnaire. This is like a, you know, we obviously will talk to people one-on-one as well, but we are trying to reach hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people. So like to get people filling out those questionnaires is enormously helpful for us. It's really a great chance to have your voice heard and your concerns heard. Okay, so Going back to this for a second, I'm going to talk about the reimbursement process, which is really this invest part here. So we've gathered fees from the producers, and now we spend the fees to improve the recycling system. And a big part of how that works is through reimbursements for what we are calling net new costs incurred by any number of different entities to boost the recycling rates of these covered materials, which we can think of in many ways, but probably the easiest way to think of it is single-use plastic other than beverage containers. And there's more on the list. There's a list of 95 covered materials, but 67 of them are single-use plastic. So it's a big part of it. And a lot of the law is focused on that. So jurisdictions can apply for reimbursements, haulers can apply for reimbursements, MRFs can apply for reimbursements. And these are the kind of overarching principles as we're developing how the reimbursement system works. So balancing local government and statewide needs. We have a statewide goal, but we have to address all obviously local needs with, local sensitivity. Supporting the existing services and infrastructure. We're not going to try to go burn it all down and build it back up. We want to enhance the infrastructure that already exists. We want it to be efficient and effective. I can't see what's under here because there we go. A big issue that's coming up a lot lately is concerns about duplication or cross-subsidization. So, are two different entities going to apply for funding for the same thing? Or is there going to be funding come in where there's already taxpayers paying for it? So that's a big part of what we need to do is make sure that we're only if something's happening, we're only reimbursing it once and nobody else is already paying for it. Accuracy, transparency, obviously, we can't reveal all of the details of everyone's application because there's going to be proprietary information in there, but we will be absolutely as transparent as we can with the whole process. If we may have to anonymize certain things, but get that information out there. And any reimbursement we do has to tie back to statute and regulations and actually be working towards the goals of SB 54. So these are the kinds of things that we will be funding. Curbside collection, which I was just talking to Larry, I know isn't as high of a priority for rural. So, but there's also drop off, like in Oregon, I was saying, they're more focused on depots. They're more of a drop off system. Collection in public spaces, innovation, like crazy new ideas. Please bring them. 65% is not going to happen by doing business as usual. Multifamily, probably not as much of an issue for you all. Transportation, probably a bigger issue. Processing improvements, and then source reductions more on the producers. I'm actually not sure why that's on here. I'm going to ask that. And infrastructure in general to achieve these recycling rates. And so we'll be making capital investments. So if you need equipment at a facility, we can help purchase that or fund that. Operating costs, that's on the table. So if you buy new equipment or you need someone, or we establish a depot and someone needs to work there, we also can fund the ongoing operating costs. The education and outreach costs associated with all these changes, and then also administrative costs. I know that's come up before, if you all have administrative costs here doing things on behalf of many counties, that's very much on the table. It's not just on you to find the staffing to make all this happen. That is considered a net new cost of SB 54 administering all this. So that's very much something that can be reimbursed. So there's just a few examples of the kinds of things that can be funded. I don't think I'll go through this in exhaustive detail, but you can see these kinds of things: service expansion, adding new materials. So there's some things that are covered materials that are not currently commonly collected or recycled that we have to get into the system so they can be recycled. General, enhancements of our system, and then facilities, whether it's, building new facilities altogether, improving the equipment at existing facilities, improving operations at facilities, that kind of thing. So there's really a lot on the table, and it's kind of we're casting a wide net of like, what is it going to take in the rural counties to boost your recycling rates? You know, that's really the question, and that's what we have to all figure out together. I think that Larry should be presenting this, not me, rural considerations, but a couple things that are on my radar rural. The first thing is the Plastic Pollution Mitigation Fund. So we collect a bunch of fees from producers to go towards all the things I was just talking about. On top of that, we charge the producers in aggregate across all of the producers $500 million a year, and that begins when the program begins, presumably 2027. We collect that money and we hand it over to the state of California, and we, the pro, are done. We do nothing else with it. It's not our responsibility in the statute or the regulations to touch the mitigation fund after that. However, it's highly relevant to you all, so I just want to make sure you're clear that this is happening and that also we have nothing to do with it. So, you know, for one bucket, 50% of that goes towards disadvantaged, low income or rural, and then the other bucket, 75%. And those can go for grants. Who is going to be administering it might be a little hard to see here, but it's a whole bunch of different state agencies. Cal EPA is listed as one of them. They don't even specify Cal Recycle. So, you know, lots of different agencies within the state will be administering this. So I would think this is something that you all would be very involved in, but just to be clear, we just hand over the money. So what we do under SB 54 that is specific to rural is we have an overarching mandate to ensure that the plan and the program avoid or minimize negative environmental public health impacts on disadvantaged, low income or rural areas. So we are required to take your needs and considerations into account by law. I am not putting up this up here to say that we are doing this only because we're required, but I think it's important that you all know this and you hold us accountable to it. Like, this is important for you to know. This is one of our jobs. And then another thing is that our budget, you know, can or shall include, no, we have to do this, funding, providing, or facilitating efficient transport of materials to remote or rural areas. So a big part of what we have to do is figure out how to fund the moving around of stuff over large distances. And then, as you are probably aware, you do have an exemption option for this. So this is what I'm super curious to hear more about today and in future conversations. The one requirement of jurisdictions under SB 54, like, to be clear, this is not SB 1383. Like, this is not the thing where you had 8,000 things you have to do. You have one thing you have to do as a jurisdiction, which is collect all of the covered materials, except for you're rural, and so you don't even have to do that. It's really kind of up to you all how you want to participate in this program, where it fits for you, where it doesn't fit. CAA's preference would be for everyone to participate in SB 54 in the program plan, to work and to take advantage of this opportunity. But it's really kind of, this is the conversation for CAA to be having with you all, is where does this work for you? Where does it not work for you? And how do we facilitate boosting basically our recycling rates and for single-use plastic in the state? So that's what I have today. I thought I'd just leave the rest of this time that I have here for questions about and conversation. And again, I probably don't have good answers.
Yeah. But you'll be taking them down and ready to
I
get
will
back
take them
to
down. I
us,
forgot my
so.
piece of paper, but I have my room key. So.
And are you okay with Emily, or would you prefer Miss Coven, or what? How?
Oh, Emily's fine.
Emily's okay.
Yeah,
Very good. So we'll start in the room. Where'd Sean go? I thought she might have some questions. Oh, darn it. Okay. Anybody specific questions over here on this side of the room?
For
looking.
comments, it doesn't have to be a question. a
Yeah,
comment, like-
and don't worry, I know that when somebody asks a question, then it triggers more questions, so
Yeah,
we'll, it'll get
yeah,
going, don't
like,
worry.
really,
So
yeah.
there's
I
Valerie.
would prefer comments. to
Yeah,
questions.
Valerie
That'd
will
be
start
great.
us off.
Yeah, I'm Valerie Meza, recycling coordinator for Butte County. We run a landfill through the county,
Mhm.
and are landfills eligible for any kind of reimbursement?
Yeah, that's a great question. Oh, thank you. That's so great. So I believe anything that is part of the overall recycling infrastructure, like if there is a cost that a land or something a landfill can do to boost the recycling rate of these materials, yes. And I actually, so as I mentioned, we have a director of recycling operations starting. I was talking to him the other day and he was like, I just went out and met with a landfill and they have all these ideas about things that they can do. And I was like, great. So yeah, I mean, I would say any part of the whole system is on the table.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, because we contract with a hauler, a franchise hauler, and we pay them to take our mixed recycling. We have 3 mixed recycling containers out there. And so we pay them to pick that up and take it and do whatever they do with it.
Mhm.
But if we apply for a reimbursement on that, and then they also to be able to afford to have the recycling happen, and then that hauler applies for the reimbursement because they're actually hauling it and processing it, where's the line drawn where who gets the reimbursement?
Yeah, so the general idea is that the reimbursement goes to whoever is actually incurring the cost. So if it sounds like in that case, it would be the hauler. But we'll have full, like if you're talking about a franchise situation in
Mm.
particular, we will ensure if a hauler applies for funding for within a jurisdiction, we have to, and that part of our process we're building is to inform the jurisdiction. And the jurisdiction has to have their say on that as well.
Okay.
And if a hauler is serving multiple jurisdictions, we tell all of the jurisdictions. So yeah, so that's part of our making sure we don't accidentally double pay, is making sure that everybody's informed and aware of that. But the general idea is whoever would have the like receipt showing their name on who paid the bill, that is who would receive the reimbursement.
If I can throw something in, one of the things that we're trying to figure out, what if our hauler doesn't want to go and seek reimbursement from you because they
Mhm.
think they can get it from us? In those cases, we may be trying to come to you for reimbursement for those expenses. But if you need to add additional, C-trains, containers for further segregation of the recyclable materials, I think those are expenses that we assumed would be covered, as long as they're new things that you hadn't necessarily done before. And there's caveats there, asterisks, and we're still engaged with CowerCycle on that.
Yeah.
So a little out of your hands, but yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be one of our challenges, is not everybody is supremely excited about this. Like everybody's still recovering from 1383 or not even, right?
Yeah.
And so we're not expecting, everybody to come the day we open applications, like, let's go. I think that's part of why we're building a team, is to go out and have those conversations with reluctant parties, find out what the reluctance is and see if there's anything we can do to overcome it. The reality is, especially rurals, because you have the exemption, you don't have to do anything. It's kind of like, even though we are dispersing money, I think of this almost as like, we have to sell it to you. Like that this is worth your while to take up this project, because you don't have to, but we need you to, right? So that's how I look at it, is that we have to make it easy. We have to make it clear. We have to make it like not scary and worrisome, and we have to make it worth your while. Or I don't know why you do it.
Yeah, before we go to Ted next, my brain went, the role exemption, what, because there's a definition, I'm sure.
Yeah.
70,000. What is it, John?
It's 70,000.
70,000 is the-
70,000 in cities within those counties.
Okay, and have you talked to anyone that sounds like they're gonna go there and use the exemption yet? Do you know? Is that shaking out?
So we've had discussions. I think there are varying levels of interest in participating in the program. The things that give me the biggest pause and would influence my decision to exempt myself, the biggest thing now would be compostable plastics, and how those are treated, just because there's no market for the materials. Problems with degrading, being fully funded for infrastructure costs, all of those things. So compostable plastics by far and away the biggest challenge. The other thing that was a real point of contention was CalRecycle's enforcement scheme for jurisdictions up to $50,000 a day if we don't collect all of the materials on the CMC list. That has been softened over the couple-year regulatory process. So it's still a concern, not as significant of a concern because it was strict liability. It's no longer strict liability. But I think those are the two biggest things. And just to point out, not to point fingers, but we have one county that we had sought for many years to get funding, for something as simple as a baler, because they couldn't recycle cardboard because they couldn't bale the cardboard, much less get it to market. So we were trying to secure funds from US EPA for $50,000 as part of a bigger package, working into state grant programs. And so I think those costs are the ideal types of costs that would and could be covered by this program. Yeah, just an observation.
Yeah. So that's interesting. So it's kind of what you're saying is that you can't go and get the baler without being on the hook for all the other things. And so you're kind of in or out and you need to make sure it's worth it to be in.
Right. And for a jurisdiction with, 10,000 people, a $50,000, capital cost can be challenging when your county's trying to fund many other things.
Yeah.
And I've got Narcissa here in the room that, like I said, once we start going and things come to mind. So
Yeah.
I think something came to mind there. Well, he up and down. Ted, did you want to follow up on this one train of thought or you want to switch gears?
Yeah, it's more or less related.
Okay, go
I
for
thought
it
I'd
then.
explain our local situation and see if that's helpful. First of all, thank you, Emily, for reaching out to the rural communities. I think this is a really great group for these kinds of conversations, and I appreciate your attention. For our situation, we're a county under 30,000 people, and our materials are collected and processed at a facility run by Recology in Humboldt County, south of us. And so and when considering whether or not to pursue a rural exemption, included in that consideration is how is the transparency and the compensation going to work? Are we going to be required to accept additional materials in our collection streams? And if we decline to be part of this, how are our materials that are being processed through this same facility that includes communities that are under the CAA program? How are we going to be assured that our processing fees from that facility are accurate and appropriate for our community? So we'd really like to participate with all of the CMCs as we can. Adding materials, is a direct relationship to the processor, and the processor compensation process and that transparency is really important to all of us. So I recognize this is kind of a complicated situation, but it is emblematic of the kind of situations rurals face. So thank you for your time.
Yeah, no, that's super interesting. Thanks for sharing that. I mean, I do think, crossing jurisdictional materials obviously cross jurisdictional boundaries all the time. So I think that's going to be for sure one of our huge challenges. But that's really helpful to hear your specific situation.
Okay. Narcissa?
Hi, Emily.
Hi.
Narcissa Untal with Solano County. Again, thank you for being here. I do have two questions for you. So one, Solano County and its cities are actively preparing for SB 54. We don't want to find ourselves in the situation that we did with 1383. And so I would like to know, one, with some advance notice, would you be willing to have availability to present to my cities?
Yeah, absolutely.
collectively?
I
Great.
think I've been there before. You have a group that meets like in
Yeah.
Vacaville, Fairfield, something
Right.
like that. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
That'd be
Thank
great.
you. I will reach out to you about that.
Okay.
The other question, and I don't necessarily know if this is for you or maybe for John, but with regards to the rural exemption, so we're a county of about 450,000 total. We don't qualify for the rural exemption. However, my unincorporated area is 20,000.
Yeah.
And so is there going to be something similar to 1383's low population waiver that could be applicable?
That's a CalRecycle question. So, yeah, we just follow the rules, and they set the rules. So I don't
Okay.
know if you've had that conversation with them or not, but if you don't see what you need in the regulations, the public comment period officially is closed, but
Right.
I don't know if you can still.
John?
No, it wasn't really part of the discussions from the beginning, because the rural exemption was based off of, I think it was 1826, so going even further back. There are a couple other counties in a similar boat, and surprising who those counties are, especially when you start to slightly increase the amount that live in the unincorporated areas. Some of the largest Bay Area counties have, way under 100,000 people living in unincorporated areas. So yeah, unfortunately, no. And I don't really foresee Power Cycle budging too much on that.
And actually, for those sort of situations, is the term we're promoting, borrowed from John Davis, is remote. They're not rural because they don't qualify as Power Cycle, but they're remote enough with the same issues, limited transportation, small populations, limited infrastructure, but they're still subject to the full force of the regulations. So how you provide that kind of level of service for those remote areas is a tricky situation. And I want to go back to the Baylor example. So, and this is one of my little famous rabbit holes you go down. So they need a baler for cardboard, but in order to get a baler for cardboard in SB 54, they're going to have to take all these other materials that they don't traditionally collect. And so how do you set up an infrastructure for that where they're not going to have anything now to do that? And trying to build a whole MRF for all those things wouldn't work. So you'd have to pretty much collect all these other materials, throw them in a bin, and have that one bin sent somewhere miles away to be processed. And so you just something as simple as buying a baler is not so simple once you start
Creates-
adding all the other
yeah,
components of
like
the regs.
ripple effects. right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think this is one of our challenges in general as we think about, boosting the system is you push somewhere and then it creates flow that doesn't have anywhere to go, right? Like we could really focus on collection, but if there's nowhere to process it, what's the point? We could really focus it on processing, but if there's no end market, what's the point? But like if we wait for everything to be perfect, right, then we'll be waiting the rest of our lives. So this is kind of ultimately the challenge. And CAA does have this, the way we work is we have at the national level kind of working on all the states. So we have a whole materials strategy team, right? That's really focused on this sort of big picture questions, but we don't have the answers. Like we're just trying to figure that out. But, if you think we're trying to create a circular economy, things aren't going to go in a big circle unless you can solve for all of the different steps along the way. But yeah, it's
Another one,
don't
I'll
know.
let
I mean,
Don
I
go, and
think-
I have a few more.
Yeah,
So another issue we face, and hasn't come up very much, is a lot of our counties are on the border. So a lot of their processing goes on in other states. So even their garbage gets shipped out of state. So how do you consider that into the model when all of that management is being gone somewhere else? Because they're not in California.
Well, hopefully it's going to Oregon. But I realize some of it's good. not
Would
going
that
to
cover
Oregon.
costs for material collected in
Yeah.
California?
Yeah. That's a good question. I'm not sure. I know we're certainly looking at end markets out of state because California just
yeah.
doesn't have all of the end markets we need here. But for processing, I'm not actually sure what that looks like with our.
Or even just
model.
collection?
Because their trucks are coming in from out of
Yeah.
state. Mhm. Where is that? What counties is that? Is it
Just look
southern?
at the map, everything along the border.
Yeah.
There are a lot of border counties, a lot of border cities.
Mostly
Yeah.
Nevada,
especially
yeah.
in Southern California.
Yeah,
Maybe easier to go to Arizona, in some
Oh, yeah,
cases.
Nevada.
easier to Go to Nevada.
yeah,
Some of these jurisdictions.
yeah,
That's where their haulers come from. That's where the populations.
Right.
yeah. I live in a border city. I'm in Truckee.
Oh, yeah.
I
Oh,
see
yeah.
Nevada out my
Okay.
window.
Yeah, Mono County, the same.
What's that?
Mono County, the same thing with
Yeah.
everything has to be trucked to Nevada.
Yeah, we do a bit of a mix, right? Some goes
Yeah.
down one side of the hill and.
It's a
some
challenge.
The other, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
And
So
Valerie? Yeah.
I had another question. I'm going to go with the Baylor question. So if you did get, so you get the Baylor and you have to take all this other stuff in, is all the other stuff, can all the can most of the other stuff be baled as well and be transported that way rather than putting into a container? Because then you're confining, you're having a larger weight and they'll get more processing dollars. I worked in private industry for over a decade, and I had 6 balers, and I did everything from aluminum cans to PETs to cardboard to plastic unrecyclables that had juice in them that we rinsed and dried and baled. And we had a very extensive recycling program that was placed around the country, modeled around the country in other locations. But if everything could be baled and then a flatbed come in, you load them and they're gone, that would mitigate a lot of the cost.
Mhm.
So if everything was capable of being baled and the haulers and whoever were said, hey, we're giving them a baler, so you need to provide them with this kind of vehicle for transportation, that would mitigate a lot of the costs and they get a greater weight and less greenhouse gases on the road.
So I just want to make sure I understand was your question about?
So like the single-use plastics,
Yeah.
like the plastic bags,
Yeah.
that stuff can be baled.
Yeah,
So I bailed it before. So
Yeah.
that stuff can be baled. We used to send it to China before the
Sure.
sword happened. But that stuff can be baled and you get a greater amount and a greater weight
yes.
within that bale. Is that part of this program? Is that considered in this program?
Baling of the single-use plastic? Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
So if someone said, hey, I need 50 grand to buy this baler, but then they use that baler not to just do cardboard, but to also do the single-use plastic. That's
yeah, I mean,
allowable?
we have to look at net new cost specific to SB 54, but if you look at the 95 covered material categories,
Mhm.
most of what you would be baling is in there. I think that the only major exemptions or exclusions right now is the beverage container. So,
Mhm.
If your bale was half beverage containers or something like that, we might, we might have to be like, well, that's a CRD funding issue or something. And then there's some other things like, medical and that, but by and large, I think, again,
Yeah, 'cause-
6 weeks into this job, I
Yeah.
think most of it, but Larry has something to say.
Yes, I can't think of anything on there that can't be baled, but that's not the problem. The problem is, how do you separate it to bale? You're not going to be able to just separate, I mean, that example, they could separate cardboard, but
Okay.
all the other office papers and everything else couldn't be separated. So you have a bale of mixed paper,
A mix.
but you don't have ability to recycle some of the other containers and things that, so you may have to end up baling essentially the entire
Everything.
box of everything into one bale, and finding a facility to process a bale of
Right.
mixed everything
Yeah, so
is almost impossible.
yeah, well, so we are definitely, but one of the things we're looking into is secondary sorting.
Yeah.
And so, does CAA fund the creation of secondary sorting facilities around the state so that everybody has somewhere to take all of these bales of all this mixed stuff? So that is certainly something, like I said, this material strategy team is looking at, is that what is required to do this? Is because there's 79 MRFs in the state, right? We can't ask, are we going to say all of you have to separate all these things? Or do we say,
Right.
we'll take your, after you've gotten what you want out of it, we'll take everything else and sort it at another facility? That's on the table. Like everything's kind of on the table.
And so going back to your example with your landfill, if you've got a container and all of your recyclables are going to that container, maybe one for cardboard, one for everything plastic, one for something else. And that's how you've been doing it for a long time. But you're seeking to switch and have cleaner streams. And so you have one for paper, one for cardboard, one for, number 1 plastics, one for 2 or something like that. It's my understanding those funds spent on improving the quality of the material are also eligible.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you want to, change the way you're doing something to get better product for the end market so it's easier to recycle, that's eligible as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Next, we're working on our master plan, and we have to have our plan finished pretty soon so we can get our permitting. And that's something that I've been looking at, but now that I know there's funding available, that's going to help on my side. And thank you.
It might help if one of you could volunteer too, to explain on your existing programs, you are doing diversion, you are collecting like mixed recyclables, putting them into a trailer and hauling them out. But if somebody wants to explain on what limited materials you are handling, because it's typically plastics, it's pretty much 1s and 2s, PET, HDPE. You're not collecting all the other material types. You may do bulky items in that. But yeah, there's very limited going on now. If we have to add all the other materials, how are you going to manage that?
I would
got Deb
be
going.
thrilled to do that because um, I have 4 franchise areas with 3 franchise haulers. One of them is waste management. They run a transfer station. I have no active landfills in Tuolumne County. So waste management also operates the transfer station. That's my flow control point. And my waste, most of it, not all of it, but most of it ends up at Highway 59 landfill in Merced. That being said, waste management is, we are under the 13A rural exemption. So they have 2 carts, municipal solid waste and mixed recycling. Mixed recycling is paper, cardboard, tin cans, aluminum cans, basically CRV, 1 and 2 plastic bottles. It better have a screw top with it. So no thermoforms, no berry containers, none of that. That is not done well in our curbside sort and collection. I'll just tell you straight up with that. We find all sorts of things in there. Yeah, the berry containers are in constantly because they see 1 and 2 chasing arrows and in they go. The second franchise hauler, Burns, has a 2-can system, but those cans are provided by the resident. And so that's, but it's still the same sort list. You go up to Groveland, Big Oak Flat area and you have Moore Brothers. That's a 1-can system. There is no curbside recycling up there. There is recycling bins at their offices in Big Oak Flat. They will pick up commercial cardboard once a month. All of these franchise agreements with these collection agencies had openers put in them for 1383, and they've all been negotiated 2022, 2023 before my time there. 10-year franchise agreements. I don't have openers in there for SB 54.
Hmm.
So it becomes kind of the Wild West if I make significant program changes and extraordinary rate increase request will come in.
Yeah.
So that is a consideration. Larry, did I sort of describe at the high level? There are a lot of things we don't collect. I don't have a transfer station that operates as a MRF in my jurisdiction. Oh, in the city of Sonora, which is my only incorporated city in the entire county, just changed its hauler effective November 1st. They're going with Cal Waste. And that wasn't really done in consultation with me. So it's getting even messier about the integrated waste management fees we collect because I'm going to lose 20% of my budget probably. Because the intent is their hauler is going to haul out of Tuolumne County directly.
Oh, wow.
So there are other considerations, and I can't figure out how many cans we'll ultimately have. Whether I go back to 1 can and go to a high diversion, some different sort of processing. Secondary processing could be quite interesting to me because the MRF in Lodi isn't currently up to the task. I've been there and most MRFs are set a particular way.
Yeah. Though they might
And
change,
what?
right? Though they might change, right? Like,
It will become a significant capital improvement if you have to put a new line into an existing, retrofitting an existing line into a MRF is harder than building a new MRF, I think.
Yeah.
So those are, I don't know if I end up with 1 can or 4. And to tell you the truth, personally, I'm not looking to the consumer to make these sorting decisions because it changes by jurisdiction and they don't get it. And I can education outreach forever, but I have people that come up from the Bay Area, stay in an Airbnb, and think they can put everything. And so unless we were statewide unified in what we collect, accept,
Yeah.
asking the customer to do it at the curb has been, we've been chasing that dog, we've been the dog chasing that car forever.
Yeah, so I wanted to say a couple of things about
Sure.
what you said. Number one, I don't know the exact language, but SB 54 makes it very clear we can't go mucking around in franchise agreements. So like whatever we do is not supposed to impact franchise agreement. So what that looks like is, but like the idea is like, no, there should be no rate increases because all of any extra cost goes back to the producers, which is, the funding that we have at that. So that if the consumer has an additional cost, we have totally failed, right? Like that is not unless like the producers passed on to them, but like from you, like the rate increases is a failure of what we're trying to do here. So any new cost, but like it's complicated, right? Because if we're saying, okay, haulers, so it's more that we're trying to work with haulers and say, okay, if you have to incur additional costs to do this, charge us, don't charge your ratepayers, right? So the bill should come to CAA, not to your ratepayers. But, I know it's still complicated with franchise agreements and what they sort of say they'll do and have to do and all of that. And then on the education and outreach component, I think that's a really good point. And I didn't talk about it that much, but we do want to harmonize across the state. We do want statewide messaging. I think that because not everybody's going to do everything at the same time, that makes it tricky, right? And because we'll be, it's in theory, there's this future date where the entire state is collecting everything the same, but like, how do we get there, right? Because if somebody says, okay, I'm ready to take these materials and someone isn't, we can't run a statewide campaign saying we're ready, right? So we've got to do a combination. I think where we're going to focus on education outreach first is rebuilding trust in the recycling system, right? I think we all know that trust is broken. Like there's been way too many articles about recycling is broken, all your stuff ends up in the ocean anyways, there's no point. So we can do some fixing there. We can do some just generally encouraging like, hey, it's worthwhile to participate, to try to boost trust, belief, participation.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I agree with you. I don't think you can educate people to a list of a bazillion different things that changes every time you cross a jurisdiction line. So that's not how I'm thinking about it.
Around.
Yeah, I think we need to, in theory, our list is long, right? So most stuff, most packaging, if it's sold in the state of California, should be, acceptable in theory. But I think the awkward middle is between today and that sort of end point that we get to. I don't have the answer for that, but I know that's one of the challenges, but I really appreciate your detail. I think that's really interesting to hear.
So, yeah, that's exactly what I was looking for. But also when you do have the option for a curbside container for people to use, it's not always mandatory everywhere. And you still have significant people that still self-haul. So you still have to be able to provide, if you're going to collect everything, you still have to provide an opportunity to those people that self-haul for collecting all those covered materials that you're going to have to collect everything for.
Yeah. And that's the transfer station infrastructure improvements we would have, because we do have a significant number of self-haulers, particularly up in Groveland area and such. So that is but even down Sonora, when Sonora switches their provider, there are people in the city of Sonora that self-haul, and
Yeah.
our transfer station is in the county. It's still open to them. I'm not closing the doors to anybody if they're taking their waste where it should go instead of down the side of a hill. But to your point, I appreciate you speaking about to the messaging and the education and outreach, because that has been the failure of the broken trust in the recycling system, in my opinion, has been those chasing arrows were meant for processors, not for consumers.
Yeah.
And so it's a lot easier if you tell a consumer, not the numbers, because half the time they can't read them anyway. You talk to my retirees up in my rural areas, like, I can't read that. And just, It's just this. And that's how I feel SB 54, its goal is the list may be long, but it should be simpler when it's facing the consumer. If it's plastic, it goes in there,
Yeah.
you know? And if it can't go in there, it shouldn't be here in the first place.
Exactly. And that ultimately happens, right? But it doesn't happen today. So, but there is a future state where in theory, any packaging that you purchase other than, medical or, the excluded things is recyclable. But yeah.
No, appreciate that. I think you guys are spot on in my mind with this conversation is you can't put the burden of this on the consumers. It's been too complicated. Things have been changing so much and people are just throwing up their hands and honestly, things are constantly we're told things are contaminated because they're not doing it right. And it's like, well, if it's not clear and easy, it's not going to happen. So I really like this conversation here and I wanted to check in with Ted. I think he's wanted to chime in on something for a while now.
Just a brief thought, Emily, I just wanted to put this out there as a planting seeds. The rural communities, because of our isolation, oftentimes are a really good place to pursue pilot projects, to test out ideas, to see whether or not something will work. And sometimes, anyway, I encourage you to think of our communities in that way, because I think that will help everybody. Thank you.
Okay, great. And yeah, we're definitely eager to do pilots. That's the kind of thing before the program even starts that we're trying to get some pilots up and running in 2026 because we do have some funding. We can collect what's called early fees from the producers. I'm sure you're familiar, Ted, because you're on the advisory board and more familiar, but a sort of small portion of what they will be paying in the future that the law actually says, I think it says we have to. So we're collecting some money that then we'll be using for pilots. So it's great to know that we could call you Ted.
Perfect. And then we want to get to Paul over here.
Yeah, thank you, Emily. Paul Thorne with Tama County Solid Waste. So I definitely second what Ted was saying about pilot projects. I know my agency's done several pilot projects in the past for carpet, for paint, and some of those other EPR programs. And although we are rural, unlike Ted, we are not remote. So we're right on the I-5 corridor. We do have a good centralized location for some of our other jurisdictions that surround us because we do have a MRF and we have a landfill and pretty easily traveled roads. However, the agency's board has always taken the approach to only accept waste generated within our county boundaries. And when talking with our contracted operator for the landfill and the MRF, it seems like they would only be willing to accept materials to process at the MRF, which is not nowhere near exceeding its capacity under our solid waste facilities permits, only if they could get the landfill waste, because that's where they make their money. It essentially subsidizes the MRF operations right now is through landfilling. And that's been some talks I've had with them recently about improvements to infrastructure for, say, a OCC screen, which would be very beneficial in cleaning up the other waste streams for the single-use plastics and a lot of the other plastics they collect. So I think there's, a lot of other questions I would have, but I don't want to take up too much more of the time for the meeting here. But something that came to mind more recently with this conversation is I know there's a major emphasis on the recycling, and then reuse seems like it's mainly focused more on reusable cups and those types of things. But what about programs that promote reuse? So we have a program that gives out reusable hazardous materials, for example, that come in single-use plastics in some cases. And then the operator recently started a diversion program to give away products that come in that are not hazardous that would end up in the landfill because they can't be processed through the normal recycling stream. So they're calling that the swap shop, similar to, I think it's Yolo County's Big Blue Barn, but because it's a private operator, they don't charge the public for that. One example I saw was mattresses that were completely unused in the plastic wrap. And then, of course, those get, given out to the public. So then that may, have some collection components to it. But is there infrastructure opportunities or funding that could be used to promote more reuse? So more of that stuff can be taken out of the waste stream, taken out of our landfill and given to the public.
Yeah.
So that would be-
One quick question, is your landfill, MRF, is that publicly owned?
Publicly owned,
Publicly-
privately operated.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah.
In terms of reuse, I just want to write that down. Yeah, we are going to be investing heavily in reuse. However, we have to stick to SB 54 and we have to stick to packaging. Right? So like it is, while I'm personally very supportive of hazardous waste and mattresses and stuff like that getting reused, all that is within our purview is the single-use plastic packaging for the reuse. And so for us, it's more like, how do we get the producers to convert from selling their stuff in single-use disposable bottles to selling it in reusable and refillable stuff? But we do need to figure out standing up like a reuse and refill infrastructure in the state. We're looking more at right now at closed loop systems like stadium, that kind of thing, where the stuff doesn't go out in the world. You have to figure out how to get it back. But the goals are so ambitious that that's not enough. Like we have to also figure be honest, one of like 65% recycling seems very challenging. Like 10 reuse refill is more challenging. So in idea you have, there's like things that you've seen work, definitely Petaluma cups success. There's things that have happened, but we need all of creative ideas in the work on that. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
mattresses, for an example, that's going to be a tough one because they mostly all come in those single-use plastic film,
yeah,
which we do recycle.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of my jurisdictions, with the exception of one that has WM, all the other materials come to the MRF.
Mhm.
WM sends them to their own MRF. Other questions about to going hundreds of miles away to a different MRF that they own, bringing
Yeah.
it to my MRF, which would
Yeah.
make everything the same throughout the county, which would be easier. Even if you can't get it statewide, at least countywide recycling would be but again, that's some I want to take. I think some of the other questions would be more for Larry and John about the hazardous waste containers. Because currently, like pesticide containers, triple rinse can be recycled. We do have a big ag component at our county. I mean, ag is one of the largest economies.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, some of those things get burnt in the fields.
Yeah.
Still, along with plastic drip line and some of that. So hopefully there's also an emphasis on getting, I don't know if it's not, well, drip line isn't packaging,
Yeah.
but the
But the ag
pesticide
containers
containers,
are, yeah.
the bags and
Yeah.
those things
Yeah.
that they currently are legally allowed to burn could be recycled. And
Yeah.
then the last one I do, don't discount MFD collection in rural areas, because oftentimes MFDs are the hardest, the biggest challenge we have when
Okay.
trying to get the recycling programs to work. Because they can be some of the larger generators that don't have recycling outside of schools, which is another aspect too. So schools are another big generator of waste in our rural areas as a single generator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So you do have multifamily.
Yes, we
there.
do.
You
We
have-
definitely have multifamily.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
like I
great.
said, in my experience working with them, they're the hardest to get,
Yeah.
even though there's been AB 341 since
Yeah.
2012, they still, some of them don't recycle very much or
Yeah.
at all.
They're like the holy grail, right?
That's
You
a,
can
it's a
figure
tough
that
nut to
out
crack, so
where
to
problems
speak.
would be
with the rural.
solved. Yeah, thank you. No, that's
Yeah, of
all
course. Thank
super
you.
helpful. And yeah, this is great. I do actually have to leave because
Tony.
as I showed you, we have a bunch of webinars and one of them starting in 45 minutes and I have to scurry back to my hotel and do the intro. on that.
And we'll,
Can I
really quick,
mention a
John.
couple things really
Yeah.
fast?
Gonna go fast. Okay, fast
Paul,
guys.
let's talk. I think that's really interesting about multifamily dwellings. So one of the other things to take in consideration, I think Lori Parlin in El Dorado County
Yep.
has one of the largest populations in unincorporated areas. El Dorado Hills is a giant unincorporated
Yes.
community, right?
You're still
So,
rural?
right?
Yes.
Well, they're not a rural
You're gonna get kicked out?
jurisdiction.
County,
But
yeah.
just to show, in counties, in some ways we're similar to cities, in
Right.
other ways we're very different.
Yeah.
But the observations I wanted to mention and keep hitting home, one, as you're looking at doing standard agreements with local jurisdictions in
Mhm.
order to be eligible for reimbursement, we all work with our county councils. Some of the JPAs may have their own councils as well. And at least from my experience, those councils like to push back on standard contracts. And so they
I'm
may,
so
yeah.
surprised.
So they may have some suggestions. So to the
Yeah.
extent you can, if you want to work with us, wonderful. But work with the County Councils Association. The cities probably have a similar association to try and make sure that you're avoiding some of those bigger pitfalls. So you don't have to negotiate those on a case-by-case basis 58 times across the state, but
Yeah.
can get ahead of that for once. I think that would be helpful. Two, on dispute resolution, I think binding arbitration is terrifying for most of us as smaller jurisdictions without a lot of resources, and seeing how binding arbitration works for consumers with big companies. So I recognize the regulations say we have to have mediation and binding arbitration as a pathway in the plan. One of the things I think we're going to focus on heavily is that the only pathway for dispute resolution, or is there something else? We've been fighting pretty hard to preserve our ability to pursue civil actions if we need. We don't want to go there. But again, mediation can work. But binding arbitration is scary, and I think a big turnoff for many of us. And then another one, I'm going to join your webinar, really interested in that. And I think how you use your methodology and your survey and your aggregate costs for, your surveyed universe to extrapolate on how we'll be reimbursed in counties. Because I don't believe counties were surveyed as part of your survey. It's been cities so far. And again, we just have other complications. We have multiple franchise service providers. We've got, remote jurisdictions, all those things that may be a challenge. So the further we can get into the weeds on that, I think the more comfortable we are and the less likely to dispute things going forward. So one, thank you. To the extent we can have more of these conversations, formally, informally, Truckie's not too far away, so happy to make a trip and maybe see a member or two along the way. Would love to.
Okay, yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
just-
Go ahead, Larry.
Just real quick statement for
Yeah.
follow-up later is that whole plastic mitigation fund is something we've talked about. And one of the concerns is when you're collecting all the material types and jurisdictions have to start enforcing no contamination, and we're going to end up with illegal dumping. And that's been one of the topics we've had at our, on behalf of the ESJPA, I chair the illegal dumping technical advisory committee. So we've had a number of discussions about using that for illegal dumping, which will
Yeah.
factor into it. So we need to chat more.
Sounds
But yeah, really,
Makes
thank you for
sense to
coming
me.
and we'll chat
Yeah,
more.
thank you all. I thank you all so much for all of your input. And yeah, I think this is the first of many conversations to come. And I look forward to better understanding all of your needs and complications. And, we're figuring out everything from this to downtown LA. And
Yeah.
I think California wins the diversity prize. So we've got a lot to figure out, but this part of it is super important. And it's a big area of opportunity for CAA because there you have historically had a lot of exemptions and not had a lot of funding. So I think that it's when we look at, like when we work in Oregon and Colorado, like half of Colorado doesn't have curbside recycling. So that's like a slam dunk. The first thing we're doing is deploying curbside recycling to 1 million households. Like that's amazing. But, California doesn't have those gaps in the same way, but you guys are pointing to there are still many, many, many gaps. And so I think in the rurals is a particularly ripe opportunity
Yeah.
for.
Our famous line is we have many communities without curbs.
Yes.
Exactly.
Well,
On our curve.
just thank you so much and
Yeah.
for staying a little extra for us. And you can see the interest in
Yeah.
the room here.
Yeah.
And please come back often as this is unfolding, because I think that the more we can engage, the better the whole thing will go.
Yeah.
And can
Absolutely.
we give our guest, Emily Cohen, a round of applause? Thank you so much.
So,
And then. Okay, good. I was checking in to make sure we still have our quorum, and we do. So where are we? Business matters. We're going to do our approval of minutes from the August 14th, 2025 meeting. Did everybody take a look? Anyone want to make a motion or have questions on them? Looking around.
I do know, it looks like I didn't appear on the August 14th. I was there, although I did get there late. So maybe that's-
Oh, okay. Thanks, Sean. We're gonna make a change there to add that Sean did show up to the last meeting. Don't want to miss that. Any other changes or comments? Anyone want to make a motion then with that change?
I'll make the motion to approve as amended.
In a
you.
second,
Second.
anyone? I'll second this to get this going. And then, oh, do we have to do a roll call vote? We do have to do a roll call vote. Okay, everybody online, be you ready to vote then? Julie, please.
Okay. Alpine County. Amador County,
Yes.
Butte County. Calaveras County. Colusa County. Del Norte County,
Yes.
El Dorado County,
Aye.
Glenn County. Imperial County,
Yes.
Inyo County. Kings County. Lake County. Lassen County. Madera County. Mariposa County. Modoc County. Mono County.
Yes.
Nevada County. Plumas County.
Yes.
Shasta County. Sierra County. Siskiyou County. Solano County.
Yes.
Tehama County.
Yes.
Trinity County.
Yes.
Tuolumne County.
Yes.
And it passed.
Very good. Okay, then with that, we'll move on to item 2B, development of our 2026-28 business plan.
Yes, so if you recall at our last meeting, we did a SWOT analysis for our update of our business plan and you all asked us to form a draft and bring it back to you at this meeting. And so that is exactly what we've done. We have, the draft is in your packet. And then for those in the room, it looks like Chris is going around handing out copies of the draft here in the room. So I hope you all had at least a minute to give it a look, give it a read. And then Chris has a presentation that he's going to do, and let me get that. Let me get that up. So. Here we go. Okay.
Nice. So it's good to be back. For those who were not at the last meeting, my name is Christopher Egan. I'm management analyst here at RCRC, and I've been working with Stacy and the rest of the team on helping us to build a business plan for the 2026 to 2028 period. So if we can go to the next slide. So just as a small recap here, on August 14th, we all met with this group, and we talked about kind of where are we as an organization. We went through an exercise called a SWOT analysis, which is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, where we kind of went around and we said, hey, what are we doing well? What internally can we be doing better? On the external side, what can we take advantage of coming forward? Where are there opportunities where we can really grab onto things that are coming our way? Then also from the external side, right? What are we, what's coming down the pipeline that we need to be aware of, we need to adjust for, and think about in the next 3 years. And then, so taking that information, Stacy, John, Carolyn, myself, and other people in our team talked internally, and we worked together to develop what we believe is a draft business plan that incorporates a lot of those elements we talked about during the SWOT analysis. And then, so that brings us to today, where we're going to do a member review. That member review is going to go through this draft plan to be presented to you as ESJPA delegates. The goal here is to get input, spark discussion, and get some refinement or some tweaks that we can bring to the next each ESJPA meeting that we can bring and hopefully approve as a business plan ahead of the 2026 start time. If we can go to the next slide. So we wanted to break things down into a couple different categories. The first of those categories is organizational health. I want to make a note here that there's a discrepancy between the packet and ultimately what is on the most recent form of our business plan, this draft business plan. Notably, it's this completion of financial analysis. Internally, we talked as having that as a metric, and we decided that wasn't neither feasible nor was it necessary in this most recent form of the draft. I just wanted to acknowledge that before we go into the subjective. So this is pretty simple, right? As our objective, it's to enhance the organization's financial stability and workforce capacity, right? And our strategy there is to find ways to expand our staff capacity to support ESJPA programs and projects. And so we don't have a metric to that, but we are looking to bring on bring in more staff into ESJPA to help support us as best, support your needs as best as we can. Can we go on to the next slide? All right, so we've got a little bit more here. So we have the engaged membership. So this came up during our SWOT analysis that we want to be able to bring more to the table, bring more discussion, bring more opportunities or projects into this membership. So the objective we refined down to was increased membership engagement and enhanced services. And so we have 5 strategies here. Our first strategy is to launch pilot programs in select member counties. That came up in our last conversation with the speaker. Our counties are ripe for pilot projects, and they're an opportunity to experiment, identify what works, what doesn't work, and oftentimes get a head start on some state funding. The second strategy is to facilitate broader discussions with board members on key materials and initiatives. That's something we're currently doing, but expand on. Our third strategy is to provide timely updates and guidance to members on state and federal policy political developments. Things are constantly changing, and there's both a desire to continue doing what we're doing in terms of educating the membership on how those changes affect our counties. The fourth one is to expand training opportunities to address member needs. And the fifth is to promote remote participation options to increase board meeting attendance. And so we have 2 metrics around that. One is the number of trainings conducted, and the second is the percentage of counties represented in attendance of board meetings.
And then Chris, can we talk about each goal before we go to the next one?
If that's helpful.
I think that would be, because otherwise at the end, we'll have to go back anyway. So,
Great.
And I see Ted's got something. Thanks, Ted.
Yeah, thanks for this, Chris. One thing I think we should recognize as a strategy that we're already doing is coordinating multiple member efforts under similar grant programs. We're already doing that with Blue Strike Environmental under the OWR4 grant cycle, and it's something I think ESJPA should be proud of and indicate as, and probably also include as a metric, because it's measurable and you're already doing it.
Oh, I see. Okay, as a metric, that's a good idea.
That's good feedback. Thank you,
Yeah.
Ted.
Anyone else on this particular topic?
And we can go back a slide as well.
Yeah, yeah, I just thought, well, we're here, because this one, like you said, had a lot.
Yes, yes.
This is probably one of the, yeah, okay. I don't see anything right now. Go ahead.
Great. And we will have plenty of time to discuss during the presentation, after the presentation, emails after. I'm sure this is going to get mulled around. We want to go to the next goal.
Okay.
So our next goal is to increase visibility. So increasing visibility and awareness of ESJP operations and programs. I think during the SWOT analysis, there's a desire for greater communications as well as get ESJPA and ESJPA board members in front of different politicians or different opportunities to share our message, right? And so as part of this, we have 5 strategies. Our first is to conduct presentations to county boards on ESJPA programs and services. This is something that's been relatively successful on the RCRC side. We try every strategic plan cycle to go to every county and present before your board on kind of what RCRC is and our programs. And so I think this kind of falls in that line of getting ESJPA and ESJPA staff and board members in front of county boards. The second one is the strategy to present ESJPA updates at RCRC board meetings. Again, this is pretty self-explanatory, but it gets ESJPA's what we're working through, what we're dealing with in front of that broader county community. Develop and distribute a newsletter to highlight ESJPA initiatives. Facilitate, and the next one is facilitate visits to member county facilities for ESJPA staff and stakeholders, which is something that was being done in the last business plan and will be continued moving forward. And then our 5th one is to promote and market ESJPA's affiliate entity program. And then with our metrics there, it's the number of county board presentations conducted, newsletters created and distributed, whether that's happening or not, and the number of member county facilities visited. I'm going to pause here for discussion.
And with this item, you can see the need that we need to expand the staff. I mean, to do all these things, that's what it's going to take.
And so let me just say too that we have already worked on expanding that staff capacity. Travis is right over there. Travis Legault is a new member of our governmental affairs team. And so Travis is going to be helping us with a lot of these things that are particularly the visibility piece, but also some of our other things for ESJPA. So you'll start seeing Travis's name, and Travis is going to be helping us going forward.
Very good.
Ted.
Yeah, just simply, for instance, on this project with Blue Strike, I think ESJPA should brand that so that when that software tool comes out under ESJPA's guidance, that they get noticed within those communities. I think the more we can expand those benefits and make each other aware of how when we work together, it's better for all of us, I think that's beneficial to everybody.
Great. Thank you, Ted.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else on this item before we head to go on to the next one?
We're good.
Oh, I just want to offer up our county facilities.
Thank you, Paul.
Making a note of that really quick. Great. And so our last but very much not least goal is impactful advocacy. I touched on this a little bit prematurely, but this is the objective here is to advance the interests of ESJPA members at the state and federal level. Things are changing quickly. Things are always changing, and having delegates and experts in front of the people making those changes really makes a difference. With this, we have 5 strategies. One is to develop targeted advocacy campaigns related to new waste streams and or funding initiatives, right? The that was the new waste streams and funding were both mentioned during the SWOT analysis. We wanted to make sure that was included. Strategy is to explore test claims for unfunded mandates on solid waste management topics. This is something that Arthur has an interest in, Stacy as well. Has been mentioned in the analysis that unfunded mandates are and continue to be a problem. Increase member engagement with the legislature. That's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, and just wanted to note too, that that's something we're working on with our CRC board delegates. And so we're going to kind of model that the same way here is if the legislature's in session, you all are in town. You know, there's things that we can grab a couple of you and take you over across the street to meet with some legislators. We'd like to take advantage of those opportunities for folks that can stay around a little longer, maybe after our tag meetings during legislative session. So we'll kind of model it after that. And it might be John, and it might be me, it might be me and John, or it might be, you know, taking you over across the street. But just, you know, we'd like to take advantage of you while you're here.
Yeah, and that was something that was, I would say, brainstormed during the SWOT analysis that seemed to have, there was a lot of interest in it, and I think it can be a really powerful tool.
Go ahead, Ted. Ted's got something.
Yeah, I think if we added surveys to this, that would really help. Of course, having people in Sacramento and speak, that's great, but a lot of us can participate electronically, within a week. And those aggregated surveys of our rural communities, I think, can really help impact our John's testimony or whoever happens to be in the room at the time. Thank you.
Great, yeah, thank you.
Valerie.
Yeah, I wasn't at the last meeting, but I did watch, and I love the engagement with the legislature. And perhaps when we know we're going to be going across the street, we could just blast it out. Please come to the meeting if you want to go meet the legislature. So that way we do get more physical bodies in the room.
I agree. Having a little bit of a heads up, we can adjust our schedules, but yeah, is helpful. Yeah. And, oh, sorry. Anyone else? Carry on, Chris.
All right. Almost done. So our fourth one is organize educational tours of member county facilities with the legislators and Cal Recycle to raise awareness of ESJPA operations. My understanding is that was something that was starting to be done under the last cycle, and I'm looking to do more of. And then the last strategy is identify opportunities to provide input to legislatures on disaster response planning and policy. And then our metrics for this one is the number of educational tours conducted and the number of bills monitored, supported, and sponsored by ESJPA.
Anybody
All right.
got comments on those? Okay.
So maybe we can open this up to a wider conversation or about kind of where we're at, what we feel like this, how can we bolster this to make it most effective and work best for this group?
Anybody got thoughts? Definitely looking online to see if there's anybody there. Rhonda's got something here.
Just real quickly, on your last slide there, we're looking for educational tours, coordinating with RCRC and things like the Rural Advancement Institute. These are great. These could be great additions to those tours that you're seeing there, because everyone in the room and online is very dedicated to this. But a lot of other legislators don't understand how this affects their constituency, their lives in the same way. So, extremely passionate about trash. And that, there's the two of us here that live it. But there's some great opportunities to spread the message, the word there when we look together. So since I sit on the board for RAI, the next place that we go, how does it always be looking for, how does this fit in with the tours that we take legislators to see the trials and tribulations, for no better term, of rural or remote counties. And here's the things that we deal with that not only affect solid waste recycling, but they affect how you use dollars and resources and other ways there. So as we continue to come up with something, we'll match up. This is a great stop along an educational tour. And I think that can broaden the awareness and get some real involvement, because you probably don't get a lot of elected official involvement until they have a problem, like a closed landfill. And how do you
Yep.
survive that, the cost of that, and what do you do with it if you can no longer process it there? So that's where this work can really shine. And looking forward to bringing those ideas together and aligning them.
Yeah, and just for those who are unaware, REI is what was up until recently dormant affiliate entity of RCRC that focuses on two items. One is research and education. The other is bringing legislators from urban areas into rural communities to show them kind of the nuances of a particular community. And so in crafting the strategy, there were some parallels with that organization.
Yeah, and I'll go even a step further is what I'm finding, because county supervisors are put on so many commissions and committees and boards, like we're on all over the place. And I'm finding in other groups that it's difficult though to get, like say Southern California, we always talk about SoCal, getting them engaged up here in our issues more. And so if there are any educational tours, then, and I'm looking at Carolyn over there, media, but packaging that tour perhaps in an abbreviated video, 3 to 5 minutes, everybody can handle that attention span.
Yeah.
And maybe then when we go across the street, take that video that highlights why we were there on that tour, what were the outcomes, what are the concerns kind of thing, and just take it to them. Because it's just, we're finding in other groups I'm on, it's hard. We invited to a recent tour I was on, we invited several people up and we got 5 and 2 of them were regular. So I think that the packaging it, so it's portable, the message and visual, so they can see it. And media is I think where we need to go with a lot of this.
I can make a note of that as well.
Yeah, it could be fun. I'll wear a GoPro on the tours. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Maybe a little smell-o-vision to go along
Oh,
and enhance
gosh.
it, to
Scratch
see
and sniff.
how important, proper regulation and proper disposal is to your community. Oh,
Yeah.
that's under air quality. Got it. Thanks.
It's related. Any other, great ideas from this conversation or input so what's our timeline for this, Chris? I mean, today is the first time we saw the draft, right? We kind of
Yes.
bouncing stuff around. So then what are you looking for?
So we would like for everyone to, we're making note of all the comments today. And then if you have any further comments, you can send them either to me or to Chris or to me and Chris about it. And we would like to bring a final draft to present to you for approval at the December meeting.
Okay. Does that sound good to everyone? Any other brainstormy thoughts right now? Just making sure.
Well, if anything comes up,
Yeah.
feel free to email Stacy or myself. I'm also happy to jump on a call if you ever need, just talk it out. But yeah, I appreciate your time and attention, and let me know if you need anything.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Very
much.
concise, achievable goals. Those are great.
Yeah, that's critical. All right, then let's move on to item 2C, consideration approval of our calendar for next year. Should be pretty straightforward. Yeah.
This is a pretty straightforward one on page 10 of your packet. We just go through this process of approving our schedule for the following year each October. So your calendar is on page 11 of your packet, and you can see all the meeting dates, the 5 meeting dates proposed there for next year. Most of them coincide with either an RCRC board meeting or an RCRC executive committee meeting. The only one that does not is the June meeting, because the June meeting is in the county. Our RCRC June meeting is in the county of our chair. So our folks will be out in Mariposa County at Yosemite doing beautiful things with our incoming chair supervisor Miles Menatre next year. So, yeah, yay for Miles. So the June meeting is the only one that really diverges from that schedule. The rest are all in concert with a board meeting or an executive committee.
All right. Anybody have any questions or comments about the proposed calendar? Pretty, yeah, straightforward item.
Pretty
All
straightforward.
right.
Yay.
So, anyone want to make a motion to approve this?
Motion to approve the calendar is presented?
Valerie, second?
Yeah, somebody needs.
Okay, we got a motion and a second.
Second, Amador, second.
Oh, sorry, I had Valerie already chime in a little bit ago on Butte,
Yeah.
but thanks.
Wait.
So we've got, roll call vote, please, Julie.
Okay, Alpine County. Amador County. Butte County.
Aye.
Calaveras County. Calusa County. Del Norte County. El Dorado County.
Aye.
Glenn County. Imperial County.
Yes.
Inyo County. Kings County. Lake County. Lassen County. Madera County. Mariposa County. Modoc County. Mono County.
Yes.
Nevada County. Plumas County.
Yes.
Shasta County.
Yes.
Sierra County. Siskiyou County. Solano County. Oh, she stepped away.
She stepped away.
Tehama County.
Yes.
Trinity County.
Yes.
Tuolumne County.
Yes.
Siskiyou County.
Solano.
Oh,
Solano.
Solano
Yep.
County. Thank you.
Great.
Sorry, thank you.
Passed.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll move on to item 3, public comment. Does anyone from the public, not the member, we have member county concerns on item 5, but from the public have anything that's relevant to our business that they'd like to bring up right now? Public, looking around. I don't see anyone online. Okay, I think we're good. All right, then we'll move on to presentations, item 4A. I saw Melissa was online from Cal Recycle.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear
There
me
you
okay?
are. Yeah.
Yay. Good morning, everybody. Great to be here. I love your meetings. They're so informative. It is great to be here today to provide you with our Cal Recycle updates. The first thing is that we have the monthly SB 1383 chat with Cal Recycle webinar. The next SB 1383 chat with Cal Recycle will be on November 19th from 1 to 3 p.m. And this particular chat is going to be focused on large venues and events, which I know Mammoth has a few big, large venues. Inyos has the Mule Days. Mono, I'm not sure, but it's a great opportunity to listen to what other jurisdictions are doing when handling materials generated from large venues and events and getting the public to participate. So stay tuned. Recordings of our previous SB 1383 chats are available on the department YouTube channel. So you can, if you can't make it to one, you can always go and access the YouTube channel and catch up. The local jurisdiction interested parties listserv is also a good way to stay up to date on oh my God, I drew a blank. It's a great way for you to be able to stay up to date on various programs within Cal Recycle that you'd like to be updated on. The next item is Cal Recycle OPA grant cycles. We have quite a few of them. The Tire Derived Aggregate Grant Program, October 16th. It sounds like it already started. The Local Government Waste Tire Enforcement Grant Program, November 4th. Beverage Container Recycling City County Payment Program fiscal year 25-26 is November 18th. And it's hard for me to be able to say our next reusable beverage containers infrastructure grant program, December. It's just amazing. We're already talking about December.
Yeah.
Increased recycling of empty glass beverage container grant program, December 4th. Farm and Ranch Solid Waste Cleanup and Abatement Grant, it's always a good one. January 2026. The next one is the Beverage Container Redemption Innovation Grant Program, continuous through June 30th, 2026. Beverage Container Recycling Loan Program is continuous, as well as the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Loan Program is continuous as well. The other, you have your Recycling Market Development Zone Loan Program is continuous, essentially the RMDZ. Stakeholders workshops, October 17th, 10 to 4, which is the SB 54 Advisory Board meeting. November 5th, from 12:30 to 3, the Legal Dumping Technical Advisory Committee public meeting. And this one provides ongoing expertise to the state and member Cal Recycle by assisting local, state, and private and agencies, nonprofits, community groups, and the public by assessing the extent and cost of illegal dumping and sharing discoveries, best practices, and strategies. Attend the public meeting for presentations and learn more about the Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Committee IDTAC strategy, work plan, trainings, guidance, and other resources available to help combat illegal dumping, which I know in the rural jurisdictions, it can be very problematic. You can register and participate in the Zoom meeting platform. And the next public meeting, monthly public meeting, will be October 21st. And I have a website link that you can click on for future meeting dates. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Hang on, Melissa, I just want to check and see if anybody had any questions for Melissa. Anything? Earlier, there was a question during the SB 54 and I remember Emily said something like, that's a Cal Recycle question. Does anybody remember that, what that was? I didn't write it down.
Yeah, that was the question regarding the remote areas or the unincorporated areas that might qualify for the rural definition otherwise, but they don't because they're unincorporated.
Oh, okay. That's probably a bigger conversation than but you were listening to all that, right, Melissa? You were online
Oh,
at that
yes,
time. Yeah.
definitely.
Very good.
Yes, it was very good. If you have any questions, send them to me and I will make sure that they get to the appropriate contact and get a response for you.
Okay. And then we do have one question in the room for you right now.
Okay,
We're good. We'll email later. Okay, we're good. You're gonna get an email, Melissa. Be ready.
okay.
So
All right.
thank you
Okay,
for being
sounds
here. I'm
good.
glad you were online earlier to listen to the SD 54. These are
Oh.
all big things that we're tackling and appreciate your support with that.
Thank you, Melissa.
Oh, of course. I always come to the meeting early because your meetings are so informative, and it provides me the opportunity to hear what's going on and provide it back to our management group. So thank you for that opportunity. I really love your meeting.
Perfect. We appreciate that. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Okay, now we're going to move into item 5, or member county concerns and comments. So anybody have any? I'm sure there's something somewhere. Deborah, kick it off.
This is one that I wish I didn't have to get some experience on. As most of you are probably aware, Chinese camp burned to the ground September 2nd in that TCU complex, lightning complex fire. It's devastated. There are some buildings there, but it's heartbreaking what we've lost there. The fun part begins after the fire is out. And so debris management planning is, oh my goodness, crash course in it. I'm glad I sat in the session on it at CRRA this year. I am not the lead. That tends to fall more into our LEA and environmental health. But to let you all know of personal experiences, we've finished phase 1 where DTSC comes out, picks up the visible household hazardous waste. They did that in about 2 weeks. And that's at no cost to us. My role was to provide them a place to put roll-off bins, which are sitting still waiting waste profile at my household hazardous waste facility. And I was lucky that that's only 5 miles away from where the fire happened. So it was a good thing. The other part I wanted to mention, though, is that when you are talking to the state, to Cal EPA, Cal Recycle, Cal OES, the concept of getting disaster assistance, the CDAA funding, they are on a very big push that you do a county-led program, not a state-led program. State-led programs, they do all the contracting, they come in. That's the pro of it. The con is you're at a 75-25 cost share, and anybody who touches that debris on their property is disqualified from the program. We're doing a county-led program, and we're very fortunate that we have Captain Wes Smith from Mariposa County helping us out. He did the Oak Fire, did the first rural county, and the similarities has so graciously offered their entire box folder of files of, everything from resolutions to contract templates, everything. So that's how that works. But just to let you all know that for the phase 2 type of cleanup, state's very interested in counties running their programs. And it gives you a little more flexibility with people that start picking through their pile to at least help them finish the cleanup, not reimburse them for what they started doing. We have that issue. And it's particularly helpful because the number of uninsured properties out there is incredibly high. It's not a place that socioeconomically had a lot of it. There were people that were living on properties, but not in houses. Their houses, they're sold. You couldn't insure them because of rock wall foundations. So I just wanted to pass that along as a moment for member concerns that we all worry about fire. But there's a slight shift in the emphasis, not that the state isn't there to help, but they'd like to see counties taking the lead.
Thank you for that. I think unfortunately, so many of our counties have been through what you're talking about, and it's been difficult to navigate. And I will say that I know El Dorado County during Caldor and all that, we found other counties were so helpful and stepping up and providing us guidance on how they did it. I mean, we couldn't have done it without that. Yeah, I know. I appreciate our family of counties. I really do. Giving to others. So sorry you had to deal with that. And yeah, the Chinese camp was in the news and it's just so sad. Anybody else have a member county concern? I know we've covered a lot of topics along the way, so maybe not so many today. Belle, you got anything? Are you good? And I don't see anybody online. Okay, then I'm gonna move on. Let's see. Oh, John, you still here? Yeah. Our legislative update.
All right, I'll try to be brief. So a couple bills that I want to talk and give updates on, and then talk about things that RCRC is considering sponsoring for the next year in the solid waste sector. So first on the bill updates, AB 28 by Assemblymember Schiavo was a bill attempting to regulate temperatures at landfills and establish new monitoring and response requirements brought about by the Chiquita Canyon temperature event and fire and impacts on the nearby community. That bill did not make it to the governor. The administration proposed a couple different requirements that Schiavo was not prepared to accept at the last stage of the legislative process. One of those would have been additional financial assurances for landfills to deal with responding to temperature events. And the other would have been characterizing and managing as hazardous waste leachate that exceeds certain standards. So the author's still interested in addressing landfills and temperature events at landfills. Since then, ARB's landfill methane regulation has come out for public comment. We will talk more about that later. And that integrates a lot of what the author was trying to get at in terms of temperature monitoring and response. So we'll see what happens there, but something we are definitely involved in and following pretty closely. Next, our Assembly Bill 998 by Assemblymember Hadwick. We sponsored this bill as a way to try and deal with vapes confiscated by schools and allow HHW facilities to disassemble HHW that comes into our facilities. It was a very rocky experience late in the process with DTSC. It seemed like they weren't necessarily aware that local agencies are responsible for managing household hazardous waste. Anyway, it was an eye-opening discussion way too late in the process. We are still very interested in dealing with vapes. DTSC admits there's an issue with vapes that we need to get at. I think there's a lot of interest in dealing with lithium-ion batteries, dealing with vapes, dealing with school vapes. We're increasing working relationships, thanks to NSAC, with Alameda County and some others on how we can develop pilot programs and really respond to school vapes. We're very interested in working on measures across the street next year to make vape management easier. That was part of the discussion with SB 501, which was a bigger bill that we sponsored in conjunction with several others who are here today. That bill would have required producers of household hazardous waste, certain categories of household hazardous waste, to take a greater role in managing those materials, particularly by either establishing a stewardship program, or there were discussions about funding grants for locals to manage those commodities. We're in discussions with the senator about where he wants to take the bill next year. It's a 2-year bill, so the bill has to get out of the Senate in January. Discussions about, are we looking at a smaller universe of products? Are we looking at a different framework? Will he pursue the bill? That's another question. We've had some of the conversations focus on fire risk. Senator Allen is running for insurance commissioner next. He only has a year left. And so keep telling him, look, what you're trying to do in terms of management of vehicle batteries, vehicle traction batteries is incredibly helpful. What you're trying to do in terms of managing batteries from scooters, mobility devices, and from vapes are all extremely helpful. And there's a nexus there to insurance and wildfire. So we'll continue those discussions. A couple other bills that did make it across the finish line, AB 411 by Assemblymember Diane Pappen. This is a bill that allows a lot of people, ranchers primarily, farmers, to compost livestock carcasses on site up to 100 cubic yards of total material. That includes the carcasses and any other medium that you use during the process. Has to be on land that's either owned or leased by the person who has the animals. So if you've got problems with how to properly manage of livestock, there are new options available. Has to be consultation with locals, and there are safety protocols that are in place. So that's in our toolbox now for composting facilities and managing, well, not composting facilities, but managing livestock. Next is dealing more with composting facilities, SB 279 by Senator Jerry McNerney. This is a bill that expands this universe of excluded activities under CalRecycle's purview. So it provides more flexibility for composting green material, ag material, food material, and vegetative food material. Excluded activities will include facilities up to 200 cubic yards or 500 cubic yards for composting activities done at facilities owned by a public agency. So there's more flexibility for us to manage food materials without all the additional regulatory hoops. There's also another pathway in here creating a new excluded category for composting of ag materials and residues from large-scale biomass management events. So think whole orchard removal. You can have an excluded activity to manage and compost those materials, and another category to allow composting activities to give away or sell more material on an annual basis. So it's a smaller universe of legislation that ultimately either made it across the finish line or made it to the final stages. We are still interested in pursuing some of these things next year. I know some of the others in the room have bills that they'll talk about that we're very interested in, including single-use vapes and management or regulation of single-use vapes. Some of the things that we've been in discussions about for sponsoring next year is a ban on flavored nitrous oxide cylinders. These are cylinders that are pretty consistently used for recreational purposes rather than cooking. And they are available for purchase about $30 on Amazon, $30 to $40. When they come into our HHW facilities, they cost us $60 or more to manage. The empty containers, hopefully empty containers. There are also public health risks associated with them. We've had a couple counties, I think Humboldt County is our only member county that's adopted a ban, but 2 or 3 other counties in the state that have adopted similar bans. So in discussions with how we can approach that, who may be interested in that, both from the public health perspective and from the cost perspective. Previously, we talked about trying to address the bladders in boxed wine. So beverage containers are now exempt from SB 54, which is great to include wine and so many other things into the bottle bill program. But at the same time, we're now seeing a proliferation of container types that really have no end market and are just thrown in the trash, boxed wine being one of the big ones there. So we had offered and have started some discussions about making sure that anyone that produces beverage containers under the bottle bill program has to ensure that there's a responsible end market for the material that they package their containers in. It would be broader than just boxed wine. It would also include your little Yakult containers and anything else that doesn't have a robust end market. I expect if we do something like that, we will get some pretty substantial pushback from the wine industry. They're having a rough time now, so we have to go in with eyes wide open. But it's a discussion we need to have, and I'd rather not ban anything that's on the shelves, but if they can develop an end use for the bags that are in their boxes, cool. I love that they're marketing their boxes as FSC certified and readily recyclable, but the labels are clearly geared at the cardboard and not the plastic bladders in the boxes. So that's another option. Still trying to figure out how to engage on vapes, whether it's through SB 501, whether other authors would be interested in doing something and what that might include, whether it's a single-use ban, as some of our colleagues have proposed, or requirement to have removable batteries or something else. But very interested in continuing those discussions. So with that, happy to hear any feedback on those. One, whether it's things that you think would be helpful and particularly supportable. Two, whether there are other things that you think would be helpful as well, things that we're not even thinking about. Because now is the time where we've got probably a month to 6 weeks, I guess 2 months on the outside, to try and put something together, and then we've got to go sell it to members over across the street.
Yeah.
So with that, would really love any feedback that you guys have.
I know Ted's got something and
This time. John, thank you for your excellent work. I really am continue to be impressed by how much you track and the good advice that you give us all. So really appreciate that. In general, I like the emphasis that you've placed on it, and the more that we can get at with SB 1383 and SB 54 and AB 939, we now essentially have a system of solid waste, recycling, compostables, and whatever will come out of CAA. So increasingly to me, it's become obvious when things do not fit in with the system. They either create an explosive hazard or take additional treatment before they can go into the solid waste system, or they are dangerous to the solid waste system. So in some ways, I think that's a principle we want to start finding a way to assert. Essentially, as we're looking at, because it overlaps with so much of what we do, whether that's recalled products or more or less, it's like, what are we supposed to do with this stuff? And as speaking on behalf of our economic system's digestive system, I want everything to be a nutrient if possible. I want there to be as little waste as possible. But more than that, I want to make sure that I'm not ingesting poisons and not ingesting things that then are going to leak into parts of my body that I was hoping to actually use. So to me, those are kind of the general principles about vapes and explosive things and pressurized containers. It's like they don't fit into this system and they're being treated as if they do. And that's the problem. And there needs to be some mechanism in which the introduction of those products, or before the introduction of those products, they have a notice. It's like, if it doesn't fit into the system, this is what's coming.
yeah.
And we don't currently have that system, but we're really close to it. So I think the more we can think along building that, the better. Thank you.
Thank you.
High expectations there, Ted, but I totally agree with you. So, Valerie, did you have something?
Yeah, I have something. So the lithium battery thing, we got a bunch in about last month on a weekend. We got a bunch into our CEW facility at the landfill, and they were swollen, some of them ready to explode. So my guys on Monday, when they came in, they saw them right away. They put them in a 5-gallon bucket, threw kitty litter on them, and sealed each one of them in these buckets. And then we received a bunch came in that week, and it was the same person. Did we send you pictures? Yeah. So I contacted our HHW, and they brought me a drum, cost over $300 for the drum to use to put the lithium batteries into. So we didn't transfer them, we just put the new batteries into it, and then they took it. And then we also have an extra charge on top of that for them to carry those batteries out of state for disposal to Nevada. So we're paying a lot of money for this coming in. Is there like some kind of producer responsibility on lithium batteries that we can,
So what were they from? Do you know?
vehicles,
Vehicles, like actual cars?
yeah.
So Senator Allen has SB 615 that was trying to get at vehicle traction batteries. We were kind of the missing link in that because the bill was contemplating batteries that are no longer suitable for vehicle purposes, and so they get used for energy storage. And then after that, the people who use them for energy storage or the vehicles basically have to manage those appropriately, get them to a designated recycler. We kept providing anecdotes. Hey, these are coming into our facilities. What do we do with them? So that is helpful information. We will continue to advocate for that. So these are the like giant vehicle batteries.
Yeah, Larry has some photos.
Okay. Oh, so
Yeah, they
so
came,
these are vehicle batteries that have been disassembled?
yeah, they came
Oh,
in, that's how
okay.
they came in.
Okay, so
Like
this
that.
is exactly what we were telling them about. Right, but
It
this
cost us a
is,
few $1,000s for those.
this is incredibly helpful. Thank you. You made my advocacy work so much better just now. So much easier. I don't know about easier, but this is exactly what we need.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I can provide you with a cost when I get back, so.
Okay, and Heidi, if you're on here, these are great photos that I think we need to have some conversations about. Thanks.
I just want to add, Larry trained my recycling attendants, so they don't ever hesitate to send him pictures or send me pictures to send to him.
Right.
They're very well trained. They're awesome. So if you have any recycling attendants or you want to have someone trained, see Larry.
So I have a call tomorrow afternoon with the sponsors of Alan's battery bill. If you're available,
Yes.
then
yeah.
I'd like to try and loop you into that
Yeah,
discussion
I'd be
too.
available.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, visuals are so helpful.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
And anybody else?
Just real quick, you might want to connect with Doug because his
Oh,
interpretation of EV batteries might be in 1215.
Right.
But,
Yeah.
I can't speak on the details, so connect.
So we have a battery embedded products bill and law. So if there's a battery that's not easily removable from a product, it's covered under the stewardship program. One of the fun interpretations, and I think it's a completely righteous interpretation, is that cars are covered under this program, which would mean that people have to pay an advanced disposal fee when they purchase a car, and then the producers will then have to manage things. Right. There are others that say, no, that's not what this program is intended to go after. And I think CalRecycle may be in that camp. I'm not sure. But regardless, something we need to address. And yeah, especially when they're disassembled like this. These are like small components that have been, anyway, yeah, thank you. There's something new and
John.
different.
Sorry, Veronica Pardo, Resource Recovery Coalition. We've been tracking SB 1215 as well and had some conversations with CalRecycle, and their intent is to put out some FAQs as they are in the emergency regulation rulemaking. And I asked them the direct question regarding the vehicles, and they weren't able to yet give an answer, but the intent is to soon give an answer specifically on that battery.
Okay. I mean, maybe that creates some additional pressure for the vehicle manufacturers to come up with their own program so that they can be out of that one. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone else for legislative questions for
Well,
John?
and if I can say one other thing, the boxed wine thing is a little outside of our area of expertise just because it's beverage containers and dealing with in markets for beverage containers. So it's a little more tenuous for us to carry and for us to carry alone. So would really, especially considering the opposition that I'm sure will come out. So if it's something that you guys are interested in, think is extremely helpful, then I think we're very interested in pursuing it. If not, that's helpful too, because we can adjust and focus more on vehicle batteries and other things too.
Good. So John, on that, is the market seeing a decrease in that packaging as well?
There is no market for it.
Well, I mean, in terms of sales. So like,
So those sales are going up.
Okay.
And we're hearing that the winemakers are now starting to use, and this is a different problem, but they're starting to use bladders to ship wine across the country so they can bottle it across the country, cheaper transportation costs, everything else. That's not exactly what we're trying to get at here and wouldn't be covered under the bottle bill program. But yeah, it's just something where that segment is increasing. There's nothing that we can do with the material. So it goes into the trash. And at that point, we have to manage it as trash. But before then, it's covered under this other program that, you know, we have some interaction with. Usually it's griping that we don't have enough opportunities for redemption rather than anything else.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I have a meeting coming up we have a regional collaborative group, and I believe one of the new redemption centers, Hambro, that took over for a lot of the Bigfoot recycling in our area. They should have representatives attending, so I can ask them, because that was one of the concerns I had early on when they added that in 2024. What do we do with the bladders? And I asked Cal Recycle about that and how did they cancel them? They didn't have an answer at that time, and I haven't gone back to that. But the other one is if you need any data on like the nitrous oxide, we can start collecting those, because our facility's been seeing those. And we had actually our bus company came to us. They found, I think it was like a dozen of them at one of the bus stops. And yeah, it was pretty expensive to dispose of. So.
Extremely. So yeah, any data that you guys have, I mean, I've been focused on the cost for management, and so would love any of that information, but there's also a particularly compelling public health argument there as well. So anything that you guys have that would make my life easier, I would love it.
Yeah. And my brain's weird. You guys know that now. I always am. But for the visual, you know, and the vapes, and I keep hearing, I mean, data's great, but it doesn't speak. And so I've heard over and over, you know, the schools are collecting buckets and barrels and they don't know what to do with it. Is there a potential when you're talking to some legislators, you know, to take a wagon of these and say, this is just collected in 1 month? And if they're horrified by seeing that,
so
you know what I mean?
We actually had Heather Hadwick who mentioned, because she was carrying our bill on that last year, trying to inquire about how she could bring the stuff that had been collected.
Okay. I just think
you
that
know,
helps.
It's different when, you know, a legislator tries to bring in a giant case of household hazardous waste and hazardous waste into the Capitol and annex. Then, you know, if I do, right.
Agreed.
Yeah, but props are always helpful.
Love it. So, and I don't think we have any shortage of props, unfortunately. That's really sad. So anybody else for
the other
John?
angle on vapes was more marketing, because a lot of vapes are now being marketed and you can see them manufactured to look like highlighters embedded in hoodies, all these other types of things that are just absolutely crazy. Larry's showing me a sippy cup vape. So that's another avenue that I think NSAC has been very focused on, and others, and it's part of this broader strategy. It's more of a public health issue.
It is.
But it's also a waste management issue.
Yeah. And Ted, to his
Just pointing
point-
out the obvious that both the nitrogen containers and the single-use propane containers are pressurized containers for single use. And as a general category, that's a problem. But as I say that, it immediately comes to mind that that includes aerosols.
Yeah.
Right. So aerosols, I need to go look up my contact. There's a new recycling facility over in San Jose, I want to say it is, for aerosol containers. They were trying to expand. I can't remember if they were starting with paint or starting with something else and expanding to paint. But to the extent that we have, you know, facilities that are closer for management of containers, I think we're very interested in exploring that as an opportunity for our HHW facilities.
Okay.
Well, I always acknowledge that there's a market interest when you have those products that are already out there. I just don't think that they're managed very well under current circumstances. I would be open to having pressurized containers be part of the things that we collect in our household hazardous waste programs, but on a practical basis for our community where we only do that once a year, that's not really a program.
No, people aren't going to collect them for a whole year, and it's
Yeah.
not going to happen. It'll just be in the regular garbage.
And so it becomes an ongoing thing of we're just dealing with the next pressurized container. And while I appreciate this is a nitrous discussion, we've also had discussions about propane. We've also, essentially it's pressurized containers in the solid waste. So.
Agreed. One other request that I may have, we're having conversations about a different bill out there that would replace the state's used oil collection program with the new stewardship run program. And one of the things that's come up that they're not as familiar with are these storage tanks that we have oftentimes in remote locations. I'm familiar with maybe a couple that are at airports. I think Mariposa had one at an airport. But if you're aware of some of these collection facilities that you guys own or operate, that particularly if they're not staffed, right? It's just a tank where you can go in and dump your used oil. Please let me know. Because we want to preserve any and all of those opportunities.
Okay, thank you for that, John. I think we'll move on into item 7, our extended producer responsibility reports. Joanne's here in the room with us, California Product Stewardship Council update.
Thank you. I emailed myself notes and I can't find them.
Oh, I hate when
All
that
right.
happens.
Okay, so I'm going to go through some of our projects first, and then I'll go into some of the legislation, building on what John said. Our solar panel pilots are taking off like wildfire. That's a bad metaphor. Are taking off with a fast adoption rate. And what we've really found is a lot of the panels that are collected have a high reuse potential. Some of our pilots have 84% of collected panels are still working. So working with some of project partners in the room, we've incorporated a lot of testing for repair and reuse in our collection pilots. And it's been really fun because we've gotten to invest in local businesses who help test and resell. There's still a lot of money in reselling solar panels that are working. So going into some of these communities, especially in some of the rural communities, it's been really fun. Not only working with existing businesses, but incentivizing businesses to adopt solar panel testing. One of the big examples is the Conservation Corps in the North Bay. They're our collector for the Marin pilot. They've done and taken on training within their own staff, how to clean the panels, how to stack them safely. And then going into some of our other projects with Solano County, we were really focused on that end use because, again, we can collect all day, but if there's no market for the working panels. So with Solano, we've decided to focus on agricultural end uses of the working panels. So we've done a few site visits. We did a call for applications. We kind of refined that list down, and where we've landed is a almond farm who recently bought an electric tractor, and we're going to use used panels to build a charging station. So it's just really exciting. And then similarly in Butte County, we're going to do our next round, if we win the grant, of solar. So what we learned in collection in 2019, we're now going to update to bring more education, reuse training. So it's been going really well. So if anyone has solar panels showing up or questions about solar panels, we've really been developing our website with a lot of the information on DTSC and local collection. Our maps, we're famous for our maps. We have a solar map. So a lot of this is in preparation for next year's legislation, which I'll talk more about. The other set, we're doing a lot of textile projects, even though SB 707 has passed. We're finding some of the RMDZ funds and even the 1383 funds, which technically cover textiles, are really good budgets for supporting education because fiber identification and sorting out textiles from these streams is extremely important and covered under those. So San Joaquin, Santa Barbara, and part of the textile education projects is again, our maps, mapping out the thrift stores, consignment stores. These are existing infrastructure in our communities that aren't in the waste world. They're in the retail world. So bringing them into our database and understanding that that's the infrastructure for SB 707. It's a really easy task. If you want to even assign it to your own staff, you can send it to us. We'll put it to our maps. But our goal is to map every thrift store in the state by the time SB 707 gets closer to implementation. And then next, which is actually product agnostic, is our project with Tehama, which is probably one of my most favorite right now because, again, it's product agnostic and really focused on reuse and repair. So using the RMDZ funds, we're mapping, again, all the reuse and repair businesses and nonprofits in the county. And with the events and education, we're working with the library. So with the library, we're setting them up with a lot of textile repair for their classes. So again, needles and basic things, but setting them up to continue these classes and repair events. And then also with the libraries, we're making, they do story time, and we're making story time kits that are all about reuse, repair, and recycling. So we have done a lot of research on good kids books on this. So if you have ideas, please send them our way. We want to really stock up the libraries with good books on reuse, repair, and recycling. So hopefully we can get those library events done before the end of the year, but we have until March to spend out. Anything to add?
No.
Okay. And a video. We're doing a video with that one too. Not really project related, but kind of related to some of the SB 54 and regulations is there's a lot of misinformation going around, and we don't even like to repeat the word chemical recycling. But working with our chair and namely Ted, who's on the call, CPSC is going to be publishing a handout on our position on chemical processing for material recovery. We feel like there's a lot of misinformation and misuse of the words chemical recycling. And so we want to kind of separate CPSC out and really host not only just a written educational documents, but you'll probably see some webinars and in-person meetings because we want to take the time and go into the details of the different chemical processes for material recovery and what makes one process better than the other. Given that SB 54 and 707 are technology agnostic and kind of educating stakeholders what that means and how a performance-based or process-based review of the technologies is the new approach moving forward. So stay tuned on that. I know you're all on our listservs. If you're not, I can add you for free. But that's kind of our update on education. So moving on to advocacy, none of our 3 bills passed this year. Some we expected, some we didn't. So with carpet, where's Lisa? We did not expect that to be held. It was supported by the industry, which is the first of the 4 carpet bills to be supported by the industry. We had a lot of CalRecycle engagement. We had a round of amends that were supposed to come out right after appropriations. That was the full package. So because the bill got held in appropriations, we never got that last round of amendments. But Assemblymember Aguiar Curry is committed to reintroducing it. We'll probably amend another bill that's in the second house, but not in appropriation so that we can go back through a policy committee with the amends. But that'll be reintroduced in January. We don't really plan on changing anything that was agreed upon by last summer. But if anyone has additional carpet complaints, it is not too late. There will be opportunities to add if as we move into January. The ban on single-use vapes, we held that in May, so I've given updates and nothing really major has changed other than kind of putting it on pause until the ledge session ends. That's usually kind of the respected thing to do. If you hold your bill, you don't work it until after the ledge year ends. So now that the ledge year ended, we're really getting back into picking up stakeholder meetings, figuring out language to go into January. Solar panel, so AB 864 by Assemblymember Ward. We went out of sponsorship position and went into technical assistance. Back in July, those big stakeholder groups, none of us could really agree on the EPR language. So CPSC took a step back and decided to not really push the Assemblymember Ward's bill forward. It does something, but really it was a placeholder for us to get the EPR language in. So it made it to the second house on the floor and it got held because DTSC had a few issues. It's a technical bill to just kind of add alternative management standards to solar panels, but it doesn't do what we wanted, which is a full program with oversight and performance-based metrics. So going into 2026, we're shopping for a new author, but still supportive of Ward's bill to just get through the process so we can clear the runway. We're shopping for authors. We have a couple in leadership positions. And what was really leaning into the benefit of a solar panel EPR bill is this year, several bills got signed for energy cost efficiency and affordability and extensions of incentives for adopting solar panels. So as the industry gets more and more incentives, they have less and less reason why they can't contribute just a little bit of funding into a recycling program. So stay tuned. The solar EPR bill's pretty much been written since April. We're just now kind of looking for a new author and a vehicle to start in January. The lengthy process of an entire new EPR program. So those are the three bills from this year. All three are going to move forward for next year, but since most of them are already written, we've decided to take on two new bills. So it'll be CPSC's biggest slate. We'll have 5 bills next year. So the two new bills that we're working on for next year, one of them's for recalled products. Recalled products is a federal law. And in 2008, Assemblymember Huffman introduced a state bill that added requirements to the recalled product process in terms of timing, education, and reimbursement. Well, it turns out local government are not on the reimbursement list. So we plan on introducing a bill that does two things. One, it adds local government to the recalled products reimbursement list so that there's clear pathways for financial support for the recalled products you receive. We also plan on putting this program under the authority of CalRecycle. It's currently what's called an orphan bill, so it lives under the Attorney General. In order for the Attorney General to enforce on it, it has to be a big enough problem. So even though we've been reporting to local and state attorney generals, the recalled batteries for Anchor brand, I think we're up to 15 power banks models that have been recalled. Indicated no interest in pursuing it. So that's why we feel like moving the authority to CalRecycle would just give that program better legs and better impact. And then lastly, we're going to do a bill to enhance the SB 212 Medicine and Sharps EPR program. We were the sponsors of the original bill. And this year, Assemblymember Connolly introduced a bill working with Inmar, who's one of the PROs, to make a few changes to the bill. And we worked closely with Connolly and explained, if we're going to update the program, we're going to fully update the program. We've got a list. So we worked with Assemblymember Connolly. He got it amended. He did not move that bill forward this year with the agreement that we would come to him with a full list of suggested changes to the program. And in bill form. So it's still unclear if we're going to be a sponsor or technical assistance, but for us, it was important that Assemblymember Connolly had a full list. So I'm willing to take, like, if you have issues with the Medicine or Sharps bill and you haven't already communicated to us, welcome to take those comments right now. And then going into next year, we'll have a bill number and have a more refined list of what's going to be added. But I can tell you off the top of my head, some of the big changes we want to make to the Meds and Sharps is sharing the education and sharing the map and potentially moving that to CalRecycle because there's multiple program operators. The other thing that we're really looking at is flexibility in sizes of the containers that the Sharps come in and mail-back options. We've also heard from certain counties and jurisdictions that if the HHW has satellite collection bins, so like at a law enforcement or at another place, they haven't been being reimbursed for those. So we want to make sure it's very clear that those are in the program. Similarly, the needle exchanges were negotiated out of the program, but park cleanups and government cleanups were supposed to be in. We're hearing those are not getting reimbursed. So just one of those examples where we just need to add more strength and clarity that what's in and what's out. if we're putting things on the table, we're gonna push for the needle exchanges to be back in. But that's a short summary of a long list. And if you have more issues with the program, we definitely welcome those comments.
Thank you, Joanne. Any questions here? For Joanne, you're always welcome to email her with anything too. So thank you. Lots of exciting, I love all the solar stuff going on. Okay, then we'll move on. Heidi's online, National Stewardship Action Council update. And can we hear her online, Stacy? Is she still there? Okay. There we go. Yay, thank you. Yeah, are you able to unmute yourself, Heidi? Because we can see your on the screen with our panelists, but you're muted.
The joys of. The choice of
We were just talking about how
technology.
well our technology
I
was
know how well we
going.
were
So
doing today.
it was being cooperative today. Well, you know what we can do then? Oh wait, oh, you've got two.
While you're working
There we
on that,
go.
Hi Heidi, are you there?
There she is.
Everybody, sorry.
Okay.
I'm actually ready to walk into a lunch, so I want to follow off Joanne. Thank you so much for having me. I couldn't be there today, doing a couple things, but did want to highlight, how hard we all worked on that pharmaceutical bill. And I can remember lobbying it so hard. So I'm just so thrilled they're going to work on an update to that and correcting the things. When we originally negotiated that bill, Member Ting said that he promised us he would take up the littered needles and the exchange programs, which are no longer exchanges. They're not requiring people to bring needles back to get a new one. And that's the problem. Yeah. And they never did the bill to clean it up. So as promised in the negotiations. So anyway, I just wanted to thank CPSC for doing that, and let's hope it works. So I'll start with our local program. We have one vape project that we're working on with Alameda County. We're picking a school district now. We're working with Larry. Thankfully, Larry and John were able to jump on a call with us on Tuesday. And we're very excited about working with you on the vapes and everybody else, because we all have a problem with them. I have, just so you know, a couple of legislators have called me and asked, hey, what do you want to do next year? And I'm like, well, there's a couple of things that Nebraska did that I think we ought to do. And one is banning the sale of laughing gas cylinders that are literally killing kids. They had a 22-year-old found dead who had one of these laughing gas cylinders literally froze into his lips because he was inhaling so much. He was so addicted. And that's what caused the Nebraska legislature in 1 year to ban the sale of those, because we all know they're not being used for baking. Anyway, so that idea has been shopped. I don't know if legislators are going to pick it up. The other one is what Nebraska also did when they found a vape in the hands of a 9-year-old in school who it turns out was disguised as a sippy cup. And that was literally brought through the legislature and had unanimous votes. And so they banned the sale of any vape that mimics another product in order to avoid detection, like the hoodies with the strings and the sippy cups, the highlighters, all those things. And that might be an idea. And I know John and Larry and I have all talked about it, and I've talked about it with several authors, only because they're very interested in this. And it to me is a bill that's public health related as much as it is anything else. And I think everybody cares about it. So those things are out there. And we're doing the vape project in Alameda. I'm working closely with you as partners. As far as existing bills, I'll be honest, after what we saw vetoed again this year, I have low confidence that we're going to get signatures next year on anything, even when they're non-controversial, because it seems like we can't tell right now what they're signing. When we got them the EPR bill for marine flares last year, with losing only 2 votes in the entire legislature, and it was vetoed, we are not sure at all if anything we do is going to get signed. So we're still trying on marine flares to work with boating and waterways, possibly as the oversight agency instead of DTSC, or partnering with the state-run fireworks program, because then we could get that disposal cost, which is so high, into the state, even though it's not a producer-run program there. But then Orion could pay for the collection of the flares and the public education, which they say they might be open to doing that part, even though they're profiting from these products. So we'll see. We hope to, get it through next year and get it passed. I wish I had more hope during an election year, but that's where we are on that one. And then, and I still encourage local governments to implement an ordinance on it, because I honestly don't think there's going to be any pressure on the governor to sign. The legislature spoken, unless there's state act or local action. So that's something, if you're interested in passing a local ordinance on marine flares, let us know. And then the other one is household hazardous waste. When we introduced it, it was a totally different playing field. A lot has changed. As you know, the first year we introduced it, Paint Care came to us and said, hey, we have all these other paint products like marine paint and arts and crafts, and we want to keep it in our program. We said, great, we'll let you do that. Let's pass the law so you can expand Paint Care to cover everything in your category. So we did that. Then we came back at it again. And then the oil industry came and said, we don't want to be in with all those other products and pesticides. We want to do our own thing. And we were like, great. But we have a state-run oil program, and that's complicated. So go over there and do that thing in a different bill. And that's the Rodriguez bill that John was referencing. So we are all in talks on that. The industry seems very, very, very eager to get this done next year, and figure out a path towards producer responsibility on the oil side, but then taking all the other lubricants, gun oil, transmission fluid, everything else, and putting that into EPR and getting that out of your cost category. So we're working on that with all of you. So what do we do with the HHW bill? I mean, knowing where the politics are right now, and that, Senator Allen had literally 4 environmental bills this year and none of them got signed. I feel like there's a real, where are we? We were hoping we'd see local ordinances by now. I know LA's talking about it, but their delays because of fires and everything else have been a problem. So there's no pressure from the local side yet. But also the questions coming to my mind a lot about super pros, I'm calling them, where the producer-run organizations are absolutely massive, have enormous amounts of money, are setting up side organizations that are C4s that lobby and can give to campaigns and can influence the politics. And it certainly seems like has happened in packaging and SB 54. And maybe it is better to take some of these in chunks. So John and you all and Veronica we're going to be keep talking with the author's office and figure out a path and what we want to do with the bill this year. But I can tell you honestly, I have a lot of concerns about what could get signed next year, even if we do get it to the governor. So I'll just leave it at that. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I'm happy to take questions.
No, we appreciate it, Heidi. Thank you so much. Any questions or comments for Heidi? Everybody good? Thank you.
Thank you. Great to see you all.
Okay, we'll move on to Mattress Recycling Council update. Christine's here with us in the room.
Good morning, afternoon. What time is it, everybody?
Still morning. Still
Okay.
morning.
Close. I'm so close.
Yeah.
So I'll try to get through as quick as possible. Winter is upon us. We already have one site in Chester. Our Chester transfer station has been pulled for the season. We are also going to be pulling Shaver Lakes, South Tahoe Refuse, and Placer County Eastern Regional. Those are all going to get pulled for this season on Halloween, because Halloween's on a Friday this year, which, anyway. We are hopefully going to be adding 3 sites here soon in Lassen County. Lassen Regional Solid Waste Management Authority wants to add 3 more sites in their more like rural area. Well, it's all rural, but in their more remote regions of the county. So we're working with them to help fund to get containers out there. We did lose a site in Sutter County and Yuba City, but I just met with someone yesterday to hopefully add another site back into Sutter County. So we'll see how that goes. Unfortunately, we're also losing Beck's Furniture over here in Rancho Cordova. They're going out of business.
Yeah.
It's going to be a slow going out of business, so we're probably not going to pull their trailer until January or February. And then but in good news, Eldorado Disposal over there in Diamond Springs, Placerville area, they're now able to collect year round because they just finished a massive construction project and everything is now covered. So they're no longer a seasonal site for us, which is really cool. We do have our legally dumped mattress pilot program funding for 2026. The funding grant opportunity for that is open until November 14th. So if anyone here or any of your jurisdictions are interested in getting assistance with any sort of illegally dumped mattress collection programs for 2026, please go to our website. That is open and will be open we have about a month until it closes. In general, I was at the beginning of this month, I went out and did a couple retailer visits with our commercial people that came from HQ on the East Coast. They came out to Sacramento and Placer counties, and we just ran around to local businesses to make sure they knew about the program and felt they were being supported. In general, sales are down, which I'm sure everyone is feeling. It's about 3.5% down, and people are feeling the squeeze. Another thing is I've been driving around doing my site visits for the year. Something that's come up that I thought was kind of interesting that I just wanted to bring up was I've had a couple sites complain about this sort of like increase in these small time commercial haulers, small time junk haulers, like the people that advertise on Craigslist, Facebook, Nextdoor, Wands towing, Wands hauling, that just show up to our sites and wonder why they don't get to drop mattresses for free. That's been coming up a little bit about how they just seem to be just all day, every day, dropping loads at our sites. Not necessarily just mattresses, other stuff, but it seems to be an issue and people have different ideas about how this can be mitigated and what it's doing for their space and their ratepayers. So it's just something to think about. Our annual report was approved by Cal Recycle and our 2026 budget has been approved. So we're good for another year. And then as always, you can find us mattressrecyclingcouncil.org, buybymattress.com. We will be updating the locator as needed with who dropped off and who we add. And that's all I have for everybody.
Thank you, Christine. I know Valerie has something.
Yeah, I'd just like to add something, some information. What we do at the landfill in Butte County is our South Hall people who charge other people to bring their garbage in and stuff, we charge them when they come in because they're charging their customers. We get phone calls all the time. How much are your mattresses? Oh, they're free. Well, this guy just charged me $10 to haul my mattress. I'm like, oh, that's not good. So we decided at the landfill to charge those people when they come in $9 per mattress to come in, unless they write me a letter and they show me their website or they show me the prices that they do not charge their customers, and I send those to Christine. So that's one way to mitigate that kind of stuff, if you can. So, if they charge, we're going to charge them for bringing it in because it has nothing to do with the program. It's just a fee, and it is on our master fee schedule. So we were able to do that.
That's a really good idea, at least a way to address it. Oh, excuse me. Good, Paul. I gotta clear my throat.
Yeah, thanks, Christine. I was just curious if there's infrastructure opportunities or funding to keep mattresses out of the rain, because I know that was one thing that my operator shared with me recently, is that, sometimes they can't get those mattresses into those trailers in a timely manner when they're managing all the other products. So I was just curious if there's anything for a pole barn or something that can go over the area where they load those, which is also combined with the carpet. So maybe there's an opportunity for carpet and mattress to combine funding to fund some kind of a shade, or not shade, but a rain structure or something to keep them out of the weather?
100% there is.
Oh, good.
We have our micro award grant funding. It is it's a reimbursement grant, so it's up to $10,000 for any sort of mattress infrastructure improvements. I'm not going to speak to carpet, but I do believe they have something similar, but I'll let them talk about that. I have gotten we've had quite a few projects completed, anything from covers to paving projects, dock improvements. We have a pretty long history, and I've actually been talking with Tehama landfill too. They are gonna hopefully get something going this winter. Yeah, so not to put them on blast, but yeah.
One of our weekly ride rounds a while back.
Okay.
Gonna have you out.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's definitely available.
I would love to just weigh in and let you know that the grant manager for the Carpet Stewardship Program and MRC is the same person. And we give $15,000 micro grants and MRC gives 10. So we regularly let facilities know that if they want to combine, they can get a $25,000 micro grant to create a shade structure or some kind of cement pad if they want to combine between the two programs.
Awesome. Anything else for Christine? All right. Thank you for being here with us today. And then Eric wasn't able to make it from Paint Care, so we have Terry Marsman and Ariel Llewellyn, in the room with us.
Okay. Okay, so first update, I wanted to introduce our new program coordinator, Ariel. So she will be overseeing the northern portion of the California region. So she has San Francisco, Marin, Solano, Yolo, Yuba, Placer County, and then all the way up to the Oregon border. So she just started with us about a month ago. So she'll be making the rounds and visiting the facilities in your jurisdictions. Next update, we do have one new retail site that came on board that's in one of the ESJPA counties, and that was Dixon Hardware in Solano County, and they came on board in September. And I wanted to remind you all that we have an LVP service, which is our large volume pickup program, where we can go directly to the customer and pick up 100 gallons of paint, and it's free. And we do count the quantity by container size. So if there's a 1 gallon bucket that's half full, we still count that as 1 gallon. So it does add up to 100 gallons pretty quickly. So, if you need outreach materials to give to the residents in your area, or we've got signs to post at the household hazardous waste facilities that partner with us, let us know and we can reach out to you guys and provide that to you free of service, or free of charge, I should say. Next update is, as I'm sure most of you already know, Paint Care is expanding. We will be taking coating related products, non-industrial products, and aerosol coatings by January 1st of 2028. So I don't have a lot to share on what the program will look like. We are actively developing the program right now. So any feedback or concerns that you guys have, we're all ears. And we will be looking to most likely do a waste sort in California. So we'll be looking for volunteers. We want to do a mix of urban and rural areas. So I don't have a firm timeline of when that will happen, but if you're interested, please reach out to us. That's all of my updates.
Great. Anyone, and welcome Ariel, by the way. Thank you for being here. Yeah, Larry.
Yeah, thanks for that and for the work on the program. One of the things that we've talked about before with your folks is particularly like on the aerosol cans and the expansion of the program. And when I go out to the counties and talk to them, I hear about the space constraints. And apparently when you're talking to some of them, you don't hear that same problem. And one of the concerns is when you like aerosols, you're only taking the paint aerosols when there's a lot of other aerosols. Right now, they put it in one container. With the program expansion, they're going to have 2 containers, which takes up a lot of room. And some of the facilities are very small. So we still need to look at that as an option, providing some way to mix those and account for it proportionally.
Yeah, that's something that we've considered. And that's part of the waste sort too, is to kind of understand with all of the products coming into HHW, what of those products will be Paint Care and what percentage of those products will be Paint Care. One of the challenges though with the model that you're suggesting is we won't have cost control.
Under that model, we would write the HHW facility a check. And so that's a challenge that we would have to work through. So it is something we're considering, but totally open to suggestions if you can, suggest something that would kind of help us work around and have some control of our costs.
Yeah, there's some easy inventory controls that people do for like propane. They track how many propane cylinders are in a box. You can do the same thing for paint versus non-paint.
Yeah.
It's not that hard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd be willing to talk with you some more. Thanks.
Great. Anyone else? Looking good. Paul?
Yeah, I just offer up our facility for the waste sort. That would be really helpful. I'd also be curious if part of that waste sort would be identifying reusable paints, because that's my concern is our contractor for HHW isn't currently pulling a lot of reuse, and we used to have a very large amount of reuse that was pulled, and paint being one of those. Besides our regular drop off for paint, that's also a paint swap. We do have our reuse of available products available for more than just paint, but I've noticed that a lot of that when doing inspections of the facility end up sometimes in PRM. Inadvertently, the paint related material, which isn't covered by the paint care program. And it's been, a hard thing to get across to the contractor. So maybe a waste sort would be helpful in showing them, as well as, pulling some of those oil-based stains and other things that they could put in our reuse facility.
Sure. I think I might have your email. We might have emailed back and forth about your facility.
Yes, we did.
Okay. I will put you on the list as an interested facility.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
Really good. Okay. Anyone else? All right. Thank you for your update. And then we'll move on to Carpet America Recovery Effort. Lisa Meckes is here with us in the room.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lisa Meckes, and I work with the California Carpet Stewardship Program. And it's always nice to be here. And it was also nice to see many of you at the RCRC conference. And just for a quick update, the carpet recycling rate in California is currently just under 40%, whereas the rest of the country without stewardship programs is at about 4%.
Whoa.
We have collected 103 billion pounds of carpet since the program has started, and there are 180 public drop-off sites throughout California. About 80+% of the population is within 15 miles of a public drop-off site. But with that said, specifically for rural counties, we're happy to set up additional drop-off sites. If you deem them as being more convenient, or if you think that there's some volume there, we like to create that kind of redundancy. Happy to set up additional drop-off sites, particularly in rural counties. We've also begun a local government task force in 2024, and it's cohort-based, and we're right now pulling together new members for our next cohort. What's involved essentially is one longer overview meeting with the full cohort, and then one-on-one meetings with each jurisdiction to solve for or talk about what's happening in your region. And then you're invited annually to participate with everyone with an update meeting and refresher update. And then outside of our task force, we also are always happy to give presentations to your working group or your team, or schedule one-on-one meetings to focus on your region, solve for any challenges you have there, and offer technical assistance. We've also created some C&D and job site ordinance language to help you if you're rewriting your ordinances, or if you feel like it would be helpful to have some job site language to help contractors handling their clients, and how to make sure that if someone has an idea that they want to recycle carpet, that it actually gets done and taken to a recycling center. So we are currently focusing on the requirements of AB 863, which will be included in detail in our next 4-year plan, which begins in January of 2028. And as Joanne said, we were also surprised at the suspension of AB 80 and look forward to the moving forward of that. And then for some inspirational information, the volume of carpet tile that's being reused is increasing significantly. So carpet that's being taken out of an environment like this, agencies, companies are being reused and put into schools and community centers and training centers. And it's actually really, it's really taking off. It's surprising how much we can actually put into reuse. The biggest challenge is really just collecting it in a way that actually heads it in that direction. So more and more, I love the inspirational information. The stewardship program has also awarded some promising innovation grants. So Brightworks and Georgia Tech are working on testing for mycelium-based bioremediation for carpet parts that are less than non-recyclable. Also, another River Design Corporation is using post-consumer carpet in large-scale 3D printing for architectural products. And that's basically it. So I just want to return to if you think that there is the space or the interest in an additional public drop-off site, I would be happy to make that happen. If you would like to participate in our local government task force, now is really the time to let us know. We would welcome your participation. And if you would like a presentation or some kind of one-on-one meeting, we're also happy to do that. And that's all I have for today. If there's any questions.
Yeah, anyone? Questions for Lisa? Everybody good? Making sure I'm looking online. All right, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm gonna just do a time check, just afternoon, and we have our regulatory updates left, which.
Larry and I are going to go quickly but thoroughly. through.
Yeah, I kind of figured that we
Yeah.
could breeze through these pretty good,
Yeah,
so let's
exactly.
do it.
All right, so let's first do a federal update before I kind of turn things over to Larry. The government's still shut down.
There it is.
That's the short of it.
There.
So Tuesday night, the Senate again considered the House passed continuing resolution to extend government funding through November 21st. That's HR 5371. The House is out of session because they're not allowed to work right now. And the Senate failed to pass the resolution again. So this is the 8th time that they've failed to pass that resolution. I think germane to what we're looking at right now are the furloughs and reductions in force, layoffs that are and have been happening at Target and important federal agencies. The U.S. Department of Agriculture right now, they've got 49% of their workforce furloughed. U.S. Department of Interior has 53% of their workforce furloughed. These are the folks that do the work out on the ground on public lands. The people that are in charge of things like rural development programs, non-emergency management, visitor services. So if you have public lands in your counties, which all of you do, I can foresee some issues coming out of public lands in the very future, which are not being manned by anybody right now. This happened when the government shut down before. I believe that was in 2019. We saw a lot of illegal dumping on the public lands. We saw a lot of waste and litter on the public lands because people were going out there even though they were technically closed. We saw bathrooms overflowing. We saw, just all sorts of nasty things that came about last time during the shutdown. So Godspeed and hope that this doesn't last too much longer. But if it does, we have nobody really to complain to right now. So because nobody's at work. So we will keep you updated on this federal situation. And if you're starting to see repercussions from this, please let me know. Because we do have lobbyists in Washington, D.C. that work for RCRC. We also take now 3 to 4 trips to Washington, D.C. as RCRC staff to do lobbying work. So please let me know because we have our connections back there that we can talk to about this and see what we can do. So that's the federal update.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yay. So, let's see, Count Recycle. John, is John here?
Yep.
I can't see. There you are. You and Larry got this one. all of this stuff.
Yep.
Just go.
Sure. Where to even start on SB 54? So we had a good discussion today. As you heard, Cal Recycle put out their revised regulations for a 45-day comment. So they effectively started the new regulatory period with this new proposal. We submitted some comments on that proposal. Was it last week before? It's all a blur right now. Candidly, I don't think any stakeholders really expect a lot of changes going forward from what they've put out. I think they really want to get this done as quickly as possible. And so they may make some technical tweaks to the regulations. If they make any substantive changes, they have to go out for another 45-day comment period, which delays the effective date of the regulations and puts Circular Action Alliance and others in a bind in terms of program implementation. So that's why I don't think they'll make a lot of significant changes. They have made some changes in response to some of the things that we've suggested. So we won't accrue any penalties while we're pursuing an exemption. There's a cure period where we won't accrue penalties within 30 days of being notified that we're not complying with the law. And some other things. I think some of my lingering concerns continue to be how we'll be paid. And a lot of that will be governed by Circular Action Alliance's plan. So once that plan is developed, the advisory board will be reviewing it. We'll be reviewing it and commenting on it. And that plan will include not only the process for reimbursement, but dispute resolution that we heard about a little today, and a lot of other things. We are concerned that Cal Recycle seems to have narrowed the scope of what's reimbursable. From our perspective, if you've collected a bale of cardboard since the dawn of time, but you were under no obligation to do so, you just did it as part of your 939 program, you should be eligible to be paid by the Circular Action Alliance for every additional bale of cardboard you collect, because now you have to collect it. It's deemed to be recyclable or compostable. So to the extent that Cal Recycle's determination and regulations are a little narrower than what we'd like to see, we've made Cal Recycle aware that we're exploring whether we can pursue claims at the Commission on State Mandates for that cost difference. The regulations and statutes require us to do something, but we're not going to be able to recover those costs from the PRO. So that leaves the state there to fund those costs. That's a very high level and very inarticulate and probably imprecise approach to this, but I think we're very interested in exploring all our options on that. I'm sure I'm missing tons of things. We're working pretty closely with a lot of other local organizations. Stop Waste has been pretty phenomenal on these discussions. As Circular Action Alliance mentioned, they've been having webinars. The slide decks are available online, as are the videos. So if you've got any higher level questions about reimbursement, how this is going to work, by all means, please go. What am I missing?
I guess we'll see on the regs. The advisory board is meeting tomorrow. And if your head's swimming on all that's going on with SB 54, that's a good place to learn what's going on with it.
Right.
And also thanks to CPSC, because Doug's on the vice chair of the committee. They host a lot of information about the advisory board and fact sheets, papers, white papers, a lot of things is hosted on a website that they have for that. So it's a good opportunity. It starts at 10 o'clock tomorrow and it's virtual. And as Emily mentioned, I think she got quite an earful of what goes on in the rural counties, because all the workshops that they've been putting on are great, but they don't seem to focus on rural issues. So the more time we spend with them, getting them to understand that. Another one, and Stacy sent the note out yesterday, was that both Cal Recycle has to do a needs assessment on what the need is for this program. CAA is doing their own with an independent party. There's a lot of overlap between that, and really, really curious on how many of you may have gotten one or both of those surveys and whether you filled them out, because we'd like to get that feedback back from you, because that's going to factor in a lot of how this program and the program plan is going to be shaped, is those surveys. And from the limited stuff we've seen so far, it really does not address a lot of the rural issues. So, and they were very, very lengthy surveys, a lot of information, and some of it you probably don't even have.
Yeah, and so that was one of the webinars that was just going on now. A lot of the surveys are geared at establishing a baseline for reimbursement on a per household basis, particularly in urban areas. They're estimating that reimbursement, the cost of recycling is probably around $9 to $11 per household. Not clear whether that's the 54 costs or total costs. I didn't quite catch that from the presentation just now. But again, that's not necessarily the same cost that we would have, except, maybe in El Dorado Hills. But a lot of other county areas are going to be a little more challenging to serve and provide service to. And then you've got all the other project-based costs like installing new facilities, installing new sorting containers, hiring additional staff. So I think they're still very interested in having more discussions with us to right size and make sure that their models are adapted to our situations. I know they tried to reach out to a couple rural MRFs, maybe not all that perhaps they should have reached out to, but I think they are trying to be a little more inclusive when it comes to rural MRFs and rural cities. They are part of the samples, but again, counties are just different. And it's not just rural counties. I think it's pretty much all counties. So that I do have another couple things to mention just in terms of things that should be on your agenda. One, if you guys want to exempt yourselves, if you're under 70,000 people, all you'd have to do is adopt an ordinance or resolution declaring your intent and send that to CalRecycle. Happy to chat with anyone about the pros and cons associated with that. But the bigger thing to keep in mind, a couple bigger things, your compliance obligations to start accepting all of these covered materials, everything that's been deemed recyclable or compostable, will begin with CalRecycle's approval of CAA's plan, stewardship plan. So that means whenever next year, after they get the regulations in place, after they spend time and the advisory board spends time reviewing the plan, once they approve the plan, your obligation to include in your program all of those materials begins. And if you're not doing that, you are subject to penalties of up to $50,000 a day for each of the covered commodities you do not include in your program. So if you don't include cardboard and mixed paper, that's probably going to be $100,000 a day. And again, I don't think that's their intent, right? And there's that grace period, the right to cure, all those other things. But that is the heavy hammer that they do have. So start planning. If anything new is added to the program in terms of covered materials, we will have 1 year to add those to our collection and recycling programs. There are pathways that we can seek exemptions for certain types of materials, which are helpful. The big question will be compostable plastics, which CalRecycle has deemed to be compostable. At least for the next 18 months. So there's probably going to be a little bit of overlap between 54 implementation and the expiration of that designation. CalRecycle setting up a program where we could apply for exemptions for the obligation to collect compostable plastics. That's going to be a separate discussion altogether, and we should probably spend more time on that. But I would suggest now going through the covered material category list, making sure that all of those things that are on the list are things that you're prepared to accept and incorporate into your programs, probably by, say, June, September of next year at the very latest. And again, if you have costs associated with that, the hauler shouldn't be coming to you. The hauler should be going directly to Circular Action Alliance to seek recovery for those costs. They should be made whole by that process. If they're not, we need to have conversations, questions. There may be some tension between locals and their service providers as to how they get reimbursed for those costs. But remember, it's supposed to not increase costs to your ratepayers.
And Ted's online with something.
Yeah, thanks for that overview, John. When it does come time that the regulations are finalized and you can offer us some guidance about the pros and cons of adopting an ordinance or resolution for exemption, I'd sure appreciate that. I guess my core question is, is there any option for collecting a subset of the covered materials categories, or if you're in for one, you're in for all? That's the question.
So you're in for all if you're in for one, with an exception. There are exemptions, so you can get exemptions or extensions. You can request an extension and get an additional 2 years to start including different types of materials in your recovery programs if there's specific local circumstances. And there's an exemption process as well for specific material types if you can prove that there are specific local conditions that make impractical your ability to collect those. That might be distance to market, it might be health concern, it could be any number of things. But there is an application process that's pretty, I don't want to say it's time intensive, but you've got to submit it to the PRO. The PRO then has 90 days to consider it, and then it goes to CalRecycle. Anyway, it's a process. But the default is if you're in for one, you're in for them all. If you're exempt from the program, you can collect whatever you want, right? But I wouldn't necessarily expect the PRO to come in and pay you for whatever those costs are associated with that.
Yeah, but your point's pretty strong, is that there's an opportunity to help fund some infrastructure there, but there's also the catch and the strings attached with collecting all the material types. So we definitely want to get the program plan robust enough that it will make it worth your while. And there was a request a while back from you folks about if for that exemption, if we go that rural exemption route, is creating a template like we did for 1383 and other things that you could use and take to your boards for that approval.
And two other things to mention that are related. One, with respect to the concern about having uniform statewide recycling programs. I mean, this does get us a lot of the way there on minimum standards for what we have to include in our recycling programs. The question will be, sure, the Bay Area and others will always include more in their recycling programs that they deem recyclable, that isn't required to be recycled under 54. And there will still be some challenges, but this will establish a lot more uniformity with how those things are handled and regulated. There was something else. It'll come back to me. And that's it. So we were having some discussions on like the compostable plastics, because it's going to be a real issue for a lot of us. And so we had some preliminary discussions with CalRecycle, no resolution yet, and the regs are silent on it. But the question was, well, can your hauler apply for an exemption on behalf of you and everyone else that they provide service for? Can we, as an ESJPA, apply for an exemption on some of your behalf if you want us to, because you guys don't have the ability to do that? Not clear at this point. It's certainly a tool for those types of things like compostable plastics where everyone's in the same boat, not necessarily for those individual commodities that, you know, might be more difficult in Del Norte, but may be fine in Orange County.
On the compostable plastics thing, I guess ultimately that's my biggest concern. Right? And in that part of the what Emily just discussed is, you know, they're interested in restoring people's faith in following through on separating what they're asked to separate, and if those materials are separated properly, they will get recovered. It's hard to feel good about establishing a new stream for compostable plastics, shipping them, and undoubtedly a very long distance to get to a place where at this point they're going to be removed as contaminants. It's just hard to feel like you're restoring faith by signing on to do that.
Right. And even then, I think some of my concern is, look, 54 is focused on getting stuff to a responsible end market, but what that's defined is producing inputs that can then be used to make new products. So it can be used to make new plastic bottles. So it's not necessarily focused on seeing that material integrated into a new plastic bottle. The big concern there with compostable plastics, sure, we've got all this compost that's sitting there that has lots of compostable plastics in it, but we have no off takers for that because all of our ag customers don't want it because it's not organic, all these other things. So then we're left with a lot of stuff that we can't find any markets for. Whether we have to truck that a lot a long ways away to be handled, or they want us to modify our processes so that we can, further break down these materials or have a separate process for these materials. I don't know. CAA is looking at paying incentives to those jurisdictions that want to accept compostable plastics. But we've made clear 54 isn't focused on incentives. It's focused on actual costs of managing the commodities. So it's an open question. It shouldn't be this complicated, but unfortunately, the political decision to extend the ability to sell and label compostable plastics as compostable is having ripple effects on many other things.
Yeah.
Okay. Valerie?
Yeah. So compostable plastics. Plastics are made out of all different kinds of stuff. There's not one particular plastic. There's like, even in PET bottles, they use different kind of chemicals, different types of plastics that are made of different kinds of stuff. So in order to reuse something, it's almost impossible. It's like less than 1% gets reused into making other plastics because they're all made of different chemical makeups. And so for compostable plastic, it will be viewed as a contaminant at most compost facilities because of that reason. I'm real tempted to say there's no such thing as a compostable plastic. It needs to be burned, or it needs to go into an anaerobic digester where it can be used and then the end product spit out. But there's no such thing. And SB 54 needs to realize there's no such thing at this point until all plastics are made the same way. There's no such thing.
And it did before they granted an 18-month extension.
Right.
We were all very, very pleased that the list of compostable materials was what we can manage in our composting facilities. But then there was pressure from the governor's office that they do something differently.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And that whole idea of compostable plastics was one of the white papers included in the advisory board's work. Maybe the last word on that for today was Cal Recycle at one of the advisory board meetings mentioned something that was almost surprising, was that this whole program was designed for the producers to pay for the diversion of it. And so that you wouldn't have to put out that cost and your ratepayers wouldn't have to pay for it. Well, the regulatory process has a requirement that Cal Recycle has to do a cost assessment of the impact on it. And they had announced that their work so far has indicated that all of this work going into this program will not reduce the cost to the ratepayers. So they'll still be paying their same garbage bill, but there'll be more an opportunity for a diversion of this material. But in order to do that, they're going to be paying more for those materials at the store.
And all franchise haulers are not the same, because even with our county, I have waste management in the city of Chico, and I have the smallest container. So my rate is $75 a month because I have the biggest compost, the biggest green waste, and the biggest recycling. I maybe put 2 or 3 bags of garbage in my container every week. So, I'm doing the right thing. I get a low rate. But up in Paradise, Northern Recycling and Waste, they charge $90-something for 3 containers. Doesn't matter what size you have. So, and Recology, mandatory in Oroville, their rates are pretty high too, and they don't give a break on recycling or green waste. So it depends on who your hauler is, and depends on where you live and the contract those cities negotiated with them. Rural County, we do the same thing. It's like you have the smallest garbage, you're going to get a discount if you're not going to pay for recycling or green waste if you have the smallest garbage container. But honestly, those people are self-haul. So, it just depends on where you're at and who your company is and what they're going to charge.
Right. Okay. Larry said that was the final word on SB 54 for the day. Because that's going to be the biggest topic for quite some time. And I'm glad we have these opportunities to brainstorm and all that. So that's it for SB 54 for today. Then we'll move on to SB 1383 implementation.
And the rest will be very quick, except for one on the airboard stuff. But 1383, Melissa mentioned the chats. There actually is, I finally found a link on their website where you can actually see a list of all the chats, because they're hard to find individually. But it's well worth looking at those. And this one on large venue will be very interesting to see Because from what I've seen so far with the county fairs and things, they don't participate in the programs. You have to report on them, but there's a very poor response on the state fairs actually, or the county fairs actually participating in any sort of meaningful diversion programs, which is kind of sad. But yeah, the chats are on there. The other thing keep watching for is the whole reviews and people. They've put jurisdictions under all the reviews. There's a couple on investigation for compliance order, but all the monthly meetings have been very silent for almost a year now on any of that, what the follow-up is on that. So it's, I don't know if anybody's heard, because some of our counties are on there, but there doesn't seem to be much activity, at least visible, on those reviews of jurisdiction compliance. So unless there's something there, moving on, illegal dumping, Melissa mentioned our next illegal dumping technical advisory committee public meeting is November 5th, 12:30 to 3:30. So that's coming up, and we can talk more about that if people want. On Form 303, those were submitted, due for submittal on October 1st. Hopefully everybody got those in. They're a little difficult in some respects. The Dealer Cooperative Stewardship Plan, the Circular CRV Association did some additional plan changes. They got that approved, providing unserved convenience zones. That program has been a bit disappointing for rural counties because it's was designed to be an alternative for some of the supermarket buybacks, but very few of our members have actually gotten anything out of that. There's only a couple of them cited there. I'd like to find out more about why that is, but it might even be worth having them come to one of our meetings to talk about their program and see if we can get some more information on that. That brings us to what could be a little bit longer item, is the Air Board's landfill methane outreach program. We've been doing a lot of work on that. There's a lot of meetings on it. It's like 75 pages of new regulations. For those of you with landfills, it's going to be significant changes on the monitoring that goes on with both active landfills and some closed landfills. The exemptions that we have for the 450,000 tons waste in place still exist, but they're tweaking that. But if you have a larger closed landfill, you might get pulled into these regulations. So we're having a lot of meetings about that. And John spent a lot of time trying to figure out these 76 pages.
Yeah.
It's almost as hard as to figure out 54. As
Yeah,
these
we sent
regulations
it
are.
out last night. If you didn't get it, please let me know. But a
Right.
several page summary that John did of these regulations. It was thorough and brilliant,
Yes,
like
yeah.
all of John's work. So that is there to help guide you through exactly what these things say.
Yeah, and if I can take a couple minutes, as you guys are looking through this, if you have any thoughts on, hey, we can't do this at all, please let us know. The comment period is rapidly approaching, or the comment deadline is rapidly approaching. So we have to put together some comments, some high level stuff, your smaller landfills, you're still exempt from the requirement to have the gas collection control system in place, but you've got to do a lot of different reporting on an annual basis to ARB now. ARB gets to inform you by email if they have remotely detected an emission plume by satellite or plane, and then you have to quickly respond to that and fix it and notify them that you fixed it. So that creates some concerns. New requirements to develop component leaks and cover monitoring plans within 90 days of the approval of the regulations. So it's going to take some rapid implementation. If you have any alternative compliance measures that have been approved, I say approved in air quotes, by ARB or local air districts, please dig through your files to find them. They will be made invalid effective January 1st, 2028, unless you dig them all up and submit them to ARB by April 1st, 2027. They don't seem to have records on file from everyone, and so want resubmission and reapproval of all those alternative compliance measures. And I know it could take some time to dig those up since it's been a while since they were adopted. Limits downtime for gas system operation to 120 hours a year, which could pose some challenges with, power outages and other things like that. Temperature requirements, temperatures have to be maintained under 145 degrees. In the wells, new monitoring requirements, you're going to have to have monitors that record temperatures and pressure and everything every 15 minutes. and methane concentration every 3 hours. So really rigorous monitoring regime and reporting to ARB on everything. ARB has to be informed 15 days before you do your regular monitoring. Trying to remember what else there is. There's just a lot of stuff in here. Getting rid of the exemption for unsafe to walk areas and working phases of the landfill. So you'll have to find other methods to measure emissions on those surfaces. The bigger question is if you find something, how you're going to respond to it and correct it. Liquid level monitoring, wellhead parameter trend analyses. So there's just a lot there for you to be aware of. If you have someone else operating your control system or landfill, cool. Just make sure they do it. But otherwise, there's just a lot there. Yeah. What else to say?
Another one is they're eliminating the open flares that some of the smaller landfills had because you don't have enough gas to pump without creating a fire. So some of the landfills have actually had open flares. So without some form of treatment on that or capture of the gases, you won't be able to openly flare some of that. There's a whole host of things in here. So the end result is your cost for landfilling monitoring is going to go way up for a lot of the sites. And even if you don't have your own landfill and you're using somebody else's, the cost of your disposal will probably get passed on to you for that as well.
Right. And so it was interesting to see the scope of the universe. There are about 40 private facilities in the state that are covered, 140 publicly owned facilities that are covered. ARB anticipates the total aggregate cost, I can't remember if it's just to locals or for the entire regulated community, to be about $6 million annually. Even with my normal calculation that their costs are, at least 3 times as great as, or 3 times greater than what they state, still about $20 million a year, which can be significant for some jurisdictions. If you're anticipating your costs to be huge, please let us know. There's not a lot that we can do other than let them know that, your expectations here are kind of out of whack. But we are working closely with SWANA, with LA County Sanitation Districts. They've, to be honest, been incredible partners on this and so many other things, and the private haulers to respond to these.
Yeah. So you might want to take the summary that John did and provide it to your gas consultants. See what they're going to see what the impact is. And also one of the documents they had available is the cost analysis that they're looking at. Which usually is never really true in most cases, but it'd be nice if they could see how far off the market's going to be. Yeah, so more fun coming on that one.
Right.
Okay. Carry on.
Rolling along, get to lunch is waiting. DTSC, Hazardous Waste Management Plan, hasn't had much movement. We put it on there just in case there was. Safer Consumer Products is moving along. They're adding spray foam systems to that. So those 2-part foams that you get to deal with are going to be looked at on whether they need to exist in the format they are, which means the cost of disposing of those. They're also updating the alternative analysis. A lot of these don't directly impact you on your programs, but one of the things that's good about this program is the very concept of safer consumer products is you have to look at a product and the ingredients that go into the product to determine what the impacts are. And if the producer can't justify that ingredient, that chemical in there, then they have to get rid of it. And the cost to justify it in the testing is usually cheaper to get rid of the product. So why couldn't, and one of the comments we'll have in our Rural Zero Waste Plan maybe is, why can't that same concept be extended to solid waste for things like couches and big items in there? Why not have that same very similar system incorporated into it? So keep watching it for that aspect.
I've got a quick question on that. The spray foams, HHW facilities, do we accept a lot of those? Are they expensive?
There's everything from the small ones to the big ones. The propane tank size usually come as 2 tanks. They're more industrial use, but homeowners can handle, and they're very expensive to get rid of, at least the Part B part.
So I know as part of the Green Chemistry Program, DTSC can require establishment of a PRO to manage things. Is that something we should be advocating for on these?
Yeah, that would be another one because it is one of the more expensive items. We don't get a lot of it, but it does come in.
Okay.
Yeah. Program updates. The other one is that one of the least favorite reporting ones is DTSC's electronic verification questionnaire is going to be opened up in January, due March 31st. That one tends to extremely overlap with Form 303, but it's a whole separate report and much more intensive. That might be worth it, a conversation in December to get people prepped for that, because you will have to get a lot of your information, reporting the information together in order to submit it. The requirements now, that failure to submit that, even though HHW programs are exempt from paying the fee, you could still get fined for failing to submit that report. So that's going to be a problem. So if people are interested, we could have that as a topic for the December meeting, to go over how to fill out that form again. Yeah. And then for the grant update, we'll give a report on the Rural Zero Waste Plan afterwards, and just continuing to work on our grants. With those of you who have TA7, Tire Amnesty Grant 7s, that's coming to a close this month. We got an extension on the one we have, so we're going to continue to collect tires for Colusa, Mariposa, and Sierra County for that. Limited highlights from the Cal Recycle meetings. The Covered Battery Embedded Program is proposing that on or after January 1st, 2026, that embedded battery devices are going to have a 1.5% of their retail sales price increase at the cash register for those embedded battery products. And then with a maximum not to exceed $15 per item. So if you want to buy embedded battery products, especially big box ones, you might want to do it before the end of the year, before the price goes up on them. And then the paint stewardship programs, Cal Recycle's administrative fee was approved. So out of that program for the paint stewardship program, Cal Recycle fee is $615,000 that they get paid to administer that program. And see. And I think that's it for those items.
Oh, good. Thanks, Larry.
You caught up.
Oh, go ahead. Did you want to finish anything
Nope.
up? And everybody knows how to get a hold of Larry with any follow-up, and John and Stacy. So thank you for that. Stacy, have you been working with folks for next agenda item topics, kind of reaching out? Yeah.
Yes, and we just had the agenda item suggestion for next time, and then we are going to try to have somebody here from CARB. We asked them to come to this meeting to talk about the landfill methane regulations. They didn't want to do it because it's still an open comment period, so we're hoping that we can have them in December. So we're going to try to get them here.
All right. And then our next meeting, ESJPA, is December 11th.
That's correct.
2025. And if those of you who are online and hanging out for the tag breakout session, don't log out. Just mute yourself so we don't hear you eating your lunch.
Right.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Back at 1 o'clock for tag.
Hey, we got 1 o'clock. Is everybody there, Stacy? Can you hear me? Anyone? Hi, Larry. Thanks for paying attention. Okay, well, since Larry can hear me and he can convey this to the rest of the room.
We
I'll
can, we
call-
can hear you, Ted. We're just, everybody's kind of chatting, so speak up a little louder.
Oh, it's okay. I'm somewhat accustomed to being ignored. That's why I speak as loudly as I do. Hi. So we're calling the tag meeting to order here, and also known as the Larry Show. Anyway, these meetings are specifically for a deeper dive into any topic of concern or investigation or sharing common experiences. So right now, the ESJPA, part of their work is under the California Zero Waste Rural Infrastructure Plan. I may not have gotten those words exactly right, but essentially the draft California Zero Waste Plan has just come out. They're, I think, receiving comments up until this Friday. I'm not getting that in focus, but trust me, it's out there. You can go to Cal Recycle's website and search for the California Zero Waste Plan and see this draft document. And but they are compatible, meaning that the efforts that the ESJPA and others are going through will fold into this larger California Zero Waste Plan, explain some of the infrastructure that might roll out in rural communities to support this plan. So, Larry.
Yep, just looking to share here. There it is. Yeah, just had to find the right button.
There it goes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be a little tricky. There we go. Okay, we're continuing on with our discussion for the Rural Zero Waste Plan update, show you where we're at with our data gathering particularly. So appreciate all the effort that people put into listening and chatting, particularly highlighting some of our counties here. And so we'll show off some of the stuff we've collected already and where we're headed. And for next tag session, we may have to find a different topic because our draft report will be issued into Cal Recycle before our next meeting. So we'll be spending the next month working on that. So here we go. So just as a reminder, Cal Recycle just did their workshop on the statewide zero waste plan. And we do have to dovetail with that sort of we're still trying to figure out exactly how to make them mesh together. But the statewide plan is a very high level overview of zero waste concepts. Ours is going to be a little more detail, at least the intent is with things that go on in the rural areas and our rural profile, what we're doing with that. And so our deadline for our draft is going to be November 17th. So we got a lot of writing to do between now and then. And for Cal Recycle has to issue a zero waste plan to the legislature for the state, pretty much their draft plan with anything that we can add into it by January 1st. So we're hoping to get some of our parts into that statewide. So one of the things we're shopping around is trying to figure out what our cover is going to look like of our report. That's what we did for the RFP, but it'll probably be something similar to highlight rural areas. And just as a reminder, these are the 19 counties, 18 are ESJPA members. San Benito is not an ESJPA, but an RCRC county. And so we've got a pretty good covering of California. And also we'll be discussing some of the remote area issues, particularly for some of our members. But it's the same 19 counties that are exempt from 1383 mandatory organics collection, but not other parts of it. And these are the smallest counties. And we'll probably call them small rural because that's a definition Cal Recycle or a term Cal Recycle had. They never had a definition. So I guess this is going to be it. Is these 19 counties, all with 70,000 people or less. And so our plan is supposed to look at the effectiveness and the mandates that are out there that jurisdictions have to face, identify gaps, both from infrastructure, also from a regulatory perspective, things that you have to do out there and impacts. And we definitely want to talk about not only the challenges in the rural area, but a number of successes. A number of our counties have some very good things that they've done that we want to highlight in there. I'll mention a few here, and I've tapped into a few of you to provide some of those details for us so we can talk about, even in the rural areas, even when we have the challenges, there's a lot of stuff that goes on. And plus, it's also an opportunity for us to talk about a lot of the regulatory challenges out there or barriers to getting things done that many of you face, especially with low funds, low staff. And we just unfortunately have a requirement, the federal requirement, because it's an EPA grant on the paperwork reduction. We can't talk to more than 10 of you at a time on the same question unless it's at a public forum, which this is. So this is an opportunity to tap in. So the more we can get from you out of today's meeting, the better. So we're in the data collection phase. We've been at regular meetings with Cal Recycle. We've got a couple more meetings to go on the status of the plan. And then we'll get our report done by the draft report in by November 17th is our target. And then we'll have the final report due to them in January 17th. So one of the things we want to focus, we're going to be focusing on is what it means to be rural and finding rural characteristics, even some of the remote areas, on what that means, everything from low population, which can affect a lot of the remote areas, but also lower income and a lot of other factors in there. So we've compiled a lot of information on those statistics based upon publicly available information. And there's a table that we provided a lot of this to Cal Recycle already, so we thought it was only fair that we provide it to you. But some of the interesting statistics we have is these 19 small counties make up 32% of California's landmass. So a lot of distances, and that's, I mean, very pretty country, all of them, a lot of driving distance, but that also raises a lot of challenges for transportation of things, getting materials, getting products into those areas, as well as having to ship out the materials that are collected. We talked about a little bit of that this morning. We've also, out of these 19, is only 1.5% of the population of California, and also 1.5% of the tonnage for California. So it's insignificant in the big picture, but not to you folks because you have to deal with that. We also took a look at some of the operating budgets we saw. We don't have a lot of specific detail, but this is what was published for different counties on the websites in terms of their operating revenues and expenses. And out of the statewide numbers, it's less than 2% of those jurisdictions. Home prices, we looked at all these kind of factors. Another one that's common is forest lands. A lot of our counties, Inyo is probably the biggest with 92% of Inyo County, the second largest county in the state, is 92% owned by federal and other facilities. So a lot of pretty places and parks to go to. So hopefully this will work this time. So I'm gonna stop sharing that part, and then here's my map. So with the assistance of HDR consulting firm, they're helping us with this program. They created a map for us to visually show things. And hopefully this will work. And they're not showing up in there. So try a different screen. Sure. There we go. So this is a base map of the counties. The 19 are outlined there. Those dots are solid waste facilities. So the blue dots are small volume transfer stations. The red dots are bigger transfer stations, and if you can make them out, there's a few little green dots in there which are composting. So it shows very few of our counties have composting facilities, at least of these 19. But we have a lot of small volume transfer stations. So how do you, one of the big questions we're looking at, and one of the challenges is people need those local convenient drop-off locations for trash out there. How do you integrate diversion programs when you have 2 debris boxes out in the middle of nowhere, a part-time attendant operating these things? It's pretty much designed for garbage. So you almost need a place, you can't really do it there. You're going to need a place to take it back to, usually going back to your transfer station or your landfill, and then having to process there. So that's one of the big challenges. And you can see this map shows that pretty well for that. But we have a number of other layers into this map. And this is all going to be available on a link you can go into and look at. And I've been assured that even I can't break this thing. So you'll be able to go in and look at push buttons on layers, land ownership. So when you look at the legend, you can see the federal lands in a lot of our rural counties is very significant. So all those dark spaces are federal lands. There's cities, there's states, there's a few others, but predominantly federal lands. So there's not a lot of people in those, at least for living, but there are a lot of visitors going out to these federal lands. So we got parks, we got everything from Yosemite to Lassen. So when you go into some of these counties, you can see that how much that impact of that material is. So you get all that waste stream from all those nice places to visit that you have to incorporate into your program. We already talked about the impact of tourism. So we got that kind of a layer. We're working on the population density. It doesn't look much here, but when you see compared to the cities, we do have very few people. We're also going to put a layer in here for the 75 people per square mile. So you'll be able to see that even in the non-19 counties where those areas are. Right now, these counties are exempt from 1383 collection. If that changes in the future, you'll probably still have the low population density exemptions. Wondering what that looks like in these counties. So that would be reflected on this map with a color. Income level. No surprise. The darker the color, the less income there is, and we've got a lot of that in our areas. Employment status. Income, median household income. So a couple of our counties in particular have a lot of darker area. What else would be a good one? Looking at ownership of homes, because that can make a difference in waste stream production, home ownership versus apartments versus maybe multifamily. One of the interesting one is vehicle availability. So the darker colors, particularly the most dark, is more than 20% of the homeowners homes don't have a vehicle. So how do you exist in a rural area when you don't have a vehicle? And we have an answer for that one? Yeah. You also don't have public transportation out there for the people to use. So we put in transportation corridors, the freeways are in here. Railroads, that might be an option for some things, rail haul. One of Stacy's favorite, we got the fire zones in here. So we just got this updated with fire zone maps. Move that out of the way. And some of them have more layers in there, so you can see federally responsible fire zones. So that impacts a lot of things that go on in the counties. One of the other ones we're going to add into here is broadband access. That may not be a solid waste issue necessarily, but one of the things you're going to have to do if you're trying to educate people on information is communicate to them. And if you don't have broadband access, you don't have that as an avenue for communication. So it does impact the management of materials. We're playing with the farmland one, and we'll talk about that a bit more with some examples of some statistics. But many of these counties are very ag or crop-based, rangelands, cattle. A lot of that factors into it. So forgot to ask Cow Recycle if we can provide this link to people for our members to look at. But we can do that, and I don't think that'd be a problem to show and see if there's other layers that we might be able to add to this. But yeah, it's could spend a lot of time looking at this thing and all the different things that it does, but it really shows and visually what some of the challenges and information is. So. Any feedback on that? I think that's going to be helpful to show. We'll do some static pictures into the report, but we'll also have a link in the report that'd be virtual that anybody could look at that and see. One of the things we've talked about is it would be great to have this on all of our members' counties, not just the 19. So I think
have a
it'll come in handy
question.
for a lot of things.
Is there any intent to add like EPR drop-offs or EPR official locations on there for any product?
Yeah, we can. I don't know if that's an ArcGIS layer out there. I don't know if you guys might have something that would do that, but most of our solid waste, we will have information at the facilities that accept that in a table form. And most of our solid waste facilities handling a lot of the EPR programs, both from hazardous, which is not part of this, but mattresses and carpet.
I was thinking even along the lines of like the non-solid waste drop-off sites, like the ones that are at retailers or distribution sites.
Their mattresses would be helpful, but hard to get.
Yeah, and we're delving into the hazardous waste realm, and I don't know if we could actually see about that too, because some of those could factor into that. But from looking at a lot of the reports that I've seen, most of those are predominantly as solid waste facilities in the rural areas. Not too many stores are out there taking things back. I mean, carpet has been a big challenge trying to find places. If you can't buy it there, you can't have a drop off for it. Same with mattresses.
Yeah. So I took our Cow Recycle LEAs up into an area of Butte County, up in Concal, where the franchise haulers can't get their trucks up those roads. It's a single lane road. The road's crumbling, it's too much weight. I got them about a quarter mile up the road and both of them got car sick and wanted to turn around. And I'm like, this is the area you're telling us, this is the area you want us to implement SB 1383. I'm like, tell me how we supposed to do that? You're already getting car sick and we're in a regular car. I mean, they need to go out into these areas and get on those roads. Everyone needs to invite them to their county and get them on those roads and take them to these areas and show them, because if it's not seen, they're not gonna know, they're not gonna experience it, and they're not gonna be able to say, oh, well, maybe we need to relook at this. Or you have to put them out there and show them where you are, where you live, and what they're wanting you to do is virtually impossible in some of these areas.
Very interesting discussion. Stacy remembers the conversations we had with Cow Recycle in the early days of 1383, where they were saying self-haul was not allowed. And so the very answer to that question would be that you could build a road, that you could have curbside recycling by building a road in all these remote areas. And at one point, their legal counsel had indicated that, well, maybe if it's impossible to do that, then we could consider allowing self-haul. And now they allow self-haul, so.
Right. Impractical and possible and feasible. Yeah.
And then they all had different definitions of what those words meant, depending on who we spoke to. So it was pretty frustrating at the time.
That's why you gotta take them up there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, always offer them tours.
They come inspect our facilities, right? So we have that opportunity. We have the opportunity when they come to inspect our facilities to say, hey, I want to show you an area. Get them in your car, take them to an area where you know they're going to get car sick, and they'll see. Seriously.
I don't know if this would be relevant to this one, but for our recycling market development zone, we did a similar map that shows all the land use categories, zoning regulations and stuff like that, so that if the intent of the RMDZ is to get businesses in those counties, but they need to know where they can build those businesses. So I don't know if that goes in line with the Rural Zero Waste. You have companies that want to take those materials and do something with them. They need to know where they can site it.
Yeah, there's some of that in here, but yeah, we'll look at that in more detail because that'll factor some of the other discussion we're going to have on the RMDZ as an option for building infrastructure. Yeah, so make sure that's in here as well. So a lot of fun things to play with on that, and hopefully we'll get approval to let you guys play with it too. I should have asked for that before. But yeah, use it as a sounding board. But yeah, it's going to be, it's very nice to see that reflected in things that we've already known about. And then one of the other things we looked at, Jason spent some time learning all about franchise agreements and the limitations of some of them, and they're all over the map in terms of what goes on in the franchise agreements. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, so in our analysis, really we looked at the commonalities and differences across all of the agreements, collected and offered on CalRecycle's websites, and of pretty common across the agreements. Just coverage area was typically clearly defined, term length typically 10 years, mandatory service versus optional service, the franchise fee typically 4 to 10% of gross revenues. The rate adjustment methodologies were annual CPI based rate, although we did notice some differences in those as well as education requirements. And one thing that Larry and I were discussing yesterday is just opportunities to include within these agreements to include any additional incentives for increasing diversion rates in this study. So that's where we're at right now, and continuing to go through all of the data and agreements, thousands of pages.
Was that all of them that you listed, or is that just a snapshot? Because I don't see the other two jurisdictions in my county. That's the majority of the waste. Corning's only about less than 8,000 population. And if you need them, they're on our website as well. So let me know.
So one of the things right
Corning's
now
on
is
there,
doing some
but
quality
not
control
right
on that.
now
And that's
for
the kind of
county.
things we're looking for is we looked at a lot of the websites, and some of them were harder to find than others. So we did probably miss a few. So now we're looking through the data and seeing where the missing pieces are to see.
But there was a law that was passed a little while ago that CalRecycle required them to be on the jurisdictions. And then our local assistance market development folks were really persistent about getting those. Even the one jurisdiction that doesn't have a franchise hauling agreement is covered under the counties.
Yeah.
They have to have a link on their website. They also have to have one for edible food recovery, and there's no businesses, no businesses in this little incorporated city. But yeah, I could certainly send you those.
Yeah, we definitely got that from CalRecycle's website as well. And there were a few that are missing that are out there.
Yeah, so they've questioned us on that a few times already with the 4 lambs we've had in the last couple of years now. So
Yeah, so now we've collected a lot as we're going back into the process of seeing where some of the gaps are missing, and that like things that should be in there that aren't, that we couldn't find. Yeah. So those are the ones that we had listed on there. And then also the solid waste fees. Looking at that. The rates are one of the most popular things we've done in the past is compiling fees, gate fees for people for different counties. We haven't done that in a while. So this gives us an opportunity to refine that of what different counties are charging for different commodities at the gate for that. And we'll have that'll be part of it. The tip fees looked at. Special handling fees for certain items are in there too. So a lot of you have used that when you're adjusting your rates to see what your neighbors are doing. So we'll get that resurrected as part of this and updated. So we'll be looking at that. And for this, we've been using what's available on your websites. And some of those are a bit out of date.
Larry, I was going to say, this is the time of year, like for me with mine, their annual CPI increases built in. And 'tis the season when I start figuring that out because we roll on a calendar year for those rate adjustments. we don't always have them directly on our site, although it's something that comes through me. So is it better to send it in? I probably won't have them calculated and figured until just before your draft is due. But,
Yeah.
but I have the ones like for this year. I mean, I have current ones. It's easy to send them over.
Yes, if
Um,
you've got your existing ones, rather than us just relying what's on the website, if you've got existing ones, particularly for the
'cause
19 counties, but
Yeah, mine's a little off, but I can send you what's effective for the 3 franchise haulers in the transfer station. It's not that it's not public. I just have the franchise agreements up, not necessarily the rates, because those are posted at facility or issued out separately.
yeah, so
I
that
get
would,
too
it
big
would help
grief.
to have that
Okay.
information. Because again, we have that rule of we can't talk to 10 people about the same thing, so we can't make 10 calls outside of this public meeting.
Easy to do.
Don't know what the origin of that was, but it's a federal requirement, so we're stuck with it. But also the fees per different items, we found a big variety in what people are charging for tires and appliances and things. But hours of operation and others, so we're compiling a lot of that, and it's going to be very useful even past this report. Solid waste facilities, just a quick total of those, it matches well up with the map. In these 19 counties have 17 landfills, active landfills, although some are pretty low activity. A number of large volume, medium volume, lot of limited volume transfer stations in 19 counties. And 16 composting facilities of various shapes and sizes. And a lot of closed landfills. And as many counties have experienced, once you close a landfill, the cost doesn't go away. You still have to spend a lot of money on monitoring, and that takes away from a lot of things. The WDR fees are going to be coming due early part of next year, and that's one of the things we've talked about before and keep you apprised of what those fees are. That whole rating system on your landfills is a pretty much, in my opinion, totally arbitrary on how those numbers are assigned, and it makes thousands of dollars of difference in costs. So that's definitely something we can highlight in this report too, as a regulatory barrier for that. When you have small landfills, why are they rated at the same threat as something in another? Like Del Norte was the same as Altamont landfill and at the same rating until they got that changed. So a lot of good fun there. Here's solid waste fees. So these are just for passenger tires with no rims. A lot of variety in cost for that. Not sure why. We had compared to some of the California or the Sacramento area ones as well. In the budgets, we looked at expenditures and revenue for that, pretty much for the county websites. So if anybody's got more detail of the 19, it'd be helpful to shoot that to us.
Hey, Larry.
Yeah.
Does this also include like special districts, or is this just county unincorporated areas and cities
It's-
within rural counties?
For now, it's just the county. So we don't have the information on the special districts. We didn't look that far. There's a few of them in the counties. I know you have the one there. I mean, any information you have on those would be helpful too.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I can send you that. Well, right now we're going through something where one of our special districts basically voted to sunset their contract with waste management, and it's now basically being absorbed then into the county. But there's like a difference in rates because of just peculiarities of how they set up their contract back in the day. So anyway,
Yeah, we chatted about that once. That's going to be a very interesting experience for them. Yeah, so, and the budgets are interesting because they did, typically the budgets we found, I think, just showed total costs and not really break down between types of facilities and personnel versus disposal. So
ours wouldn't be a county budget because we're a JPA, so we have our own. My website is hosted by the county, but you have to dig through departments, landfill to find it. And our the budgets are approved, so they're public documents. So if you want those, let me know.
yeah, that would be helpful to have that.
Yeah.
Are they broken down by like different types of?
It's broken out by the various categories, but because we contract out operations, then you're not going to have, all the different fees that it costs to maintain the landfill, because that's by the private, through the, not a franchise agreement, but an operations agreement. And that was just renewed in 2024. So if you had our tipping fees prior to 2024, they definitely went up since then.
Yeah, and these will be at a certain point in time, so won't take into account that variable.
But yeah, our tipping fees are on the homepage of our website. So those are easy to find, the tipping fees. It's just, the budgets, we don't usually post like right on the homepage, but they are included in our agendas, which go out online and are available to the public.
Yeah, so
But I
if you can send
that to you
us that,
easier,
we
yeah.
can look at. We probably won't get them all, but we could probably reach out to a few that we don't get those copies of. And on the facility side, I forgot to mention that one of the things we're looking at is a number of you own the facilities, but have contract operators. So we'll have information on which role each entity plays on that, because it makes a difference in the sites. And Trinity is the only county that does collection of solid waste themselves. So, yeah, so another comparison. This is when we start looking at these things, when you look at like Lake County's got a really high budget, not quite sure why. So that allows us to give them the opportunity to get a call and get some information on that. So this is just the pure data we've collected, and we're analyzing it and going through that to maybe see if there's a reason, or maybe that's a misnomer. But yeah. Another one we thought we'd look at, I mean, this plan is to look at diversion of solid waste. One of the ones we thought would be kind of uniquely rural that I've never heard talked about at various waste characterization or other things for Cal Recycle is the whole rendering issue. Dead animals, what do you do with dead animals? And we're talking cattle size horses and cows type things. And that's an issue because many of these 19 counties have a lot of rangeland, they have a lot of cropland. And right now, especially since North State closed in Northern California, there's no options for rendering. So the only other option is landfilling. So that's landfilling of solid waste of dead animals. And so many of you get those materials coming in there. And that's not something most people think about when they talk about zero waste plans.
We get them almost every day.
Yeah.
We say, give us 30 minutes.
I'll take pictures too. I always like pictures. We have to make sure they're presentable in this report, but yeah. So Darren spent some time looking at that and looked at different counties, and we used some of the CDFA's websites. She got pretty engaged into this. And so there's the map of the renderers in California on the left side. Very few, nothing in Northern California now that North State closed. More central Southern California, Central Valley. There are dead animal haulers out there that service many of our counties. So we've got a list of that information.
There is another aspect to that, like Diestel Farms, when you're talking about your Diestel turkeys and all that good stuff. They have a composting, they permitted their own composting facility, and it's a fully permitted, and that's where turkey bits and parts go. In fact, it's where I send some of my chipped wood waste because they're looking for the carbon.
Where are they located? What county? They're not your
Highway 59 and 108
What's
in Tuolumne
percent?
County.
That's in Tuolumne?
Well, LaGrange Road, Highway 59 is LaGrange Road up. So just near Red Hills Road and LaGrange Road, you'll see a composting facility there. It's in the Cal Recycle website and everything, but it's privately owned. It's not open to the public.
Right.
I just talked to Justin Diesel and kind of work a deal to get some chip over there. From our roads,
Larry?
a lot of things.
Yes.
Question. I'm wondering, when you're looking at the rendering facilities, did you also look at biofuel generators? Because they both service grease trap pumps.
No, we hadn't
That is
looked
a
at
good
that
point.
one yet.
I'm glad Ted brought that up because we have there's a company in Reading, Smart Alternative Fuels, and they pick up our veggie oil. Yeah.
Do you know where they process it?
I think it's up in Reading.
Reading? Okay.
Yeah.
But that's only for the cooking oil, not for the dead animals, though.
No, not
Not
animals.
like North
yeah,
State
but-
was.
Yeah, that's my general impression is they pump the grease trap pumps that are often, with any restaurant that fries things. But they don't process the dead animals, which is a lot of what our agricultural areas need.
Yeah, I'd have to look on where to find a list for those. Yeah, that'd be a good one because cooking oil is a solid waste.
I bet that's probably available online because there are, folks who drive with biodiesel and they're looking to where they can fuel up. So
Good suggestion. And out of curiosity, we started looking at like rangeland, how much rangeland there is out there. So we're compiling that now. Did a quick estimate on Modoc County. And in Modoc County's landmass, 18% of it is for rangeland, which kind of would suspect, but it was nice to see a number associated with that.
It helps to also look at how much is protected under the Williamson Act so that it can't be developed. And that is out there because the penalties for taking something out of Williamson Act is you will pay back all the taxes you deferred. That's why the flattest parts of Tuolumne County are so restricted from development because it's not economically feasible to take that. Most of that land is under Williamson Act restriction.
And that should be an easy map to find.
Oh, it is. It's probably a layer already, an ArcGIS layer out there of Williamson Act land.
So I'll add that to the list.
Travis is pulling that up on a county basis.
Okay, I'll check in with Travis.
Conservation stuff too. I don't
Yeah.
know if it's a simple overlay, but yeah.
And as long as we're talking about map overlays, the possibility of mapping in multifamily units or zoning might also be useful.
Yeah, the land use would be, well, zoning would be a different map.
Yeah, we had zoning and land use and all that in the RMDZ, but what I did find sometimes they may not be collecting that data at the county level because I just recently found like in Butte County, you can look up how many units there are.
Yeah.
But in the data that I had that the company, the consultant put together, we couldn't easily identify because that's AB 341 aspect. We couldn't figure out if they're a fourplex or a 5-unit. We would just go out there and, find or look on Google Earth to see if there's, 5 mailboxes there. But I thought that was really helpful. The Butte County and Chico specifically, they had how many units were in each multifamily.
Yeah, I'll check into that one. From zoning maps I've seen, there's a lot of different zones that are listed in a certain jurisdiction that may overwhelm trying to collect all those on the map. But yeah, that's a good one to add into it, zoning. We tapped into the USDA for the rangeland ones. So there's some of the counties for rangeland that we got a table, how much active rangeland there is, acres, number of operations. So quite a bit of that in those 19 counties.
Is that
Cropland.
private or is that public also? Because I know a lot of people have grazing leases for BLM or Forest Service land too.
I think it's all included. It's from the USDA source. Yeah, we can definitely double check with in there because a lot of these maps you'll find may not have all those different variables in there. So making sure we know the limitations on them. Yeah. Pasture land crap. The red line is a statewide average. A number of our counties have some pretty good significant lands for cropland. There's the wrong title on there. So yeah. Colusa Glen, a lot of rice farming, San Benito has a lot of other cropland in there. Livestock data, looking at a number of those. So this is where we have to be careful we don't go down too many of the rabbit holes on integrated, keeping more to the main topic. But it's quite interesting to learn about all the different inventories they have for different types of chickens. Yeah. Cattle and calves. Yeah. Sheep and lambs. This one, maybe Ted can provide a little elaboration on. Del Norte had a really high level of chickens.
I don't know. I guess I'm.
What's going on up there, Ted?
That is more chickens than I have met in person.
Yeah, so that one, when you map it out like this, there's something here. So
There is. There is not a major chicken operation, though there's Alexander Dairy, and they certainly have chickens and eggs. But that's a lot.
yeah, so
That would be 3 chickens for every person in the county, just to be clear.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you have chickens, Ted?
Reasonable.
yeah, so that's the kind of thing when we look at it, is like, wait a minute, there's something here we got to check into. It's probably a missed decimal point somewhere in the report, but
One other thing I didn't see on the maps that would be worth doing is tribal lands.
yeah, that can be a layer. We have to be a little careful, keeping in mind this is a federal EPA grant, and there's certain
Okay,
things.
well, I defer to your judgment.
Yeah.
I do think we probably, I mean, this is just me opining, but that we probably could include it considering tribes are political designations and not a racial or disadvantaged, rather a sovereign nation. So I think we
Well,
probably,
in our
we'd probably be
case,
safe doing that.
it tells the story because we have, major tribal populations, and they're an important part of our community, and they also have a significant land base. So all of those things are relevant, especially when you're talking about the northern portion of our county.
Yeah.
Right, and if you don't have a take back opportunity for certain types of things in a dense tribal area, but you have it in other parts of the county, maybe that's not, adequate access to redemption or.
And they typically contribute waste stream to your jurisdictional facilities, and that you don't have control on franchises for them. So
That's what I was going to mention. The way, bring it back to solid waste is in RDRS, we report on the landfill waste from the tribal entities, but not the recycling side.
Right. Actually, that's similar for most agencies. So we also have the Pelican Bay State Prison. I don't know how many other rural jurisdictions have prison facilities, but those are also significant concentrated populations that impact our numbers.
John and I are over here grousing that it's fewer and fewer that have prisons and the jobs that come from those.
yeah, so there's some ideas with that. The prison would be a good one. We're looking at various types of industries, the NICS codes, the new SIC codes to put in here as well into the mapping system. And that one's a very massive database. So we had to be selective on those types of industries. I think prison would be a good one because that's a very small one in our jurisdictions. But one of the big ones to focus on for a layer is tourism, hotels and restaurants, because that adds significant amount of waste stream and infrastructure into the program. So looking at that, looking at educational facilities like the higher education, trade schools, community colleges. Nobody has a university in their 19 counties. But yeah, community college trade schools could be an opportunity for job creation, for right to repair, and some of the other things we're looking at.
Even the high schools, they have they have actual farms at Red Bluff and Corning. So at that level, before they even go to the post-secondary or whatever.
Is that pretty common in most of the high schools?
It is at the 3 in Tehama County. They all have ag departments.
I think a lot of the rural high schools are going to have FFA, 4-H, et cetera, and have
An actual farm.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's what we've been trying to tap into with the composting aspect. Haven't been successful yet, but we're still trying to make those connections with teachers and trying to get into the ag. Because we've worked with cafeterias to do waste sorting and composting, but trying to get over to the ag side of things where they would be even more effective. And I just keep going back to the career technical education that they do at schools and how composting is a growing field in California, especially. And if kids don't want to go into college, they can still go into fields that they're going to make a decent living at.
Yeah, so we can definitely add high schools into that layer and keep the lower grades out of it, because that's a lot bigger data points.
Monitoring basis?
Yeah.
Maybe look at that.
Mono.
Yeah.
Those are usually federal.
Right.
I don't have jurisdiction over a
Right. A lot of
federal
them,
facility any more than I do.
a lot of them have their own
A couple,
landfills as well. So they
Yeah.
might be self-sustaining.
not too many in the 19 counties, but yeah.
I mean, looking at the landfills, it was interesting to see the ones that are on federal land. Right?
Yeah.
On US.
BLM
Forest
lands.
Service or BLM or.
Yeah, BLM has a lot of them.
Be interesting to know if those are operating right now.
Right.
Oh, Lassen has a
There
few.
were quite a few that were.
Yeah.
No, I mean, operating shutdown.
Oh.
No. Well, the landfill's
You would think
Leases
they would
out to-
consider that an essential service,
Right.
but
I assume they lease it out.
yeah, they lease it out to the county to operate. That's the way it works in Lassen and Inyo County,
Yeah.
Mono County.
There's like
Yeah.
the
They own
Sierra,
it, but yeah.
Sierra Army Depot, that's in one of those counties, right? Lassen or Plymouth or
Yep.
Sierra.
You just won't be able to process a permit where you need their signature as owner.
right.
So that's some of the pieces that we've been pulling together to go into here. And so the plan itself is some of the things we're looking at. So this originally started out as a 1383 type grant to look at greenhouse gases, organics, and climate change. But that had to be removed from the plan because it's an EPA, federal EPA grant. And disadvantaged communities were out of it too. But yeah, as Cal Recycle found out when they tried to do 1383 presentations in the rural areas, part of their argument justifying 1383 was greenhouse gases. That didn't go over too well with your boards in many of the areas. So that's not going to impact us very much because what we're going to look at is keeping things local, getting a lot of your waste stream managed locally, saving money, creating jobs. So a lot of things like resource recovery parks where you can take some of the material that comes in and reuse it. A lot of the C&D type material could be reused if there was infrastructure to do that. We're not going to solve the problem with this report, but we can definitely highlight that that's something that could be happening as opposed to landfilling C&D or long hauling C&D type material, having more local markets for it. Just talking with Mono County, they have a major resort area in Mammoth Lakes that's looking at doing some major renovations, which would be significant tonnage. So how much could they comply with Cal Green on diversion of that material is going to be a question that comes up to look at. But there's a lot of material coming from that type of material. One thing we're not looking at as much is the wood waste issue in terms of a lot of the tree trimmings and the things of the defensible space doesn't traditionally go into the landfill. So the charge is looking at diverting from landfill, but it's still something we need to discuss in here because if that ability goes away or you can't burn some of that material out of the forest, it will become part of the waste stream. So we're going to look at it from that angle.
And we're also going to be seeing over the next few years, the implementation of the Zone Zero regulations, which means you have to have a 5-foot non-combustible zone around your house. So if you have shrubs or, small bushes or whatever that are up next to your home, you're going to have to get rid of those. And so it's a smaller scale than just defensible space. If you live in a high or very high fire hazard severity zone, you have to comply.
So I'd recommend spending as much time on that as you could, because one of the principal points through which Center for Biological Diversity and other groups are pushing back on biomass disposal is you can take it to the landfill.
Yeah.
You can take it to your local compost facility, and those aren't viable options. So we're promoting the use of these biomass facilities, not necessarily for the electrons they produce, but for the waste management aspect. And so we may be coming to Cal Recycle for funding to continue these programs and Cal Fire because the CPUC has no interest in funding these at all with ratepayer funds. So as much as we could focus on that as possible, I think it would pay dividends.
Yeah, and I think we can do that in here in terms of that. But talking to a number of the counties, when they go out there and clear out the forest a bit, they leave it in place. So that doesn't traditionally enter the waste stream. It's not coming to your facilities, except in some cases you will get some of that material, but not a majority of it's being left behind.
Yeah, we have a grant, well, CAL FIRE has a grant and they brought us an air curtain burner and we purchased one. So they're bringing us those logs from those areas that we're currently burning. And whatever we can use for erosion control, we do on our slopes because in the rainy season, it just washes down. So we press that in and use it for erosion control. And we're very grateful to get that stuff, actually. So, but I mean, there's a lot up there, and there's a few guys in our areas that do like biochar, and they'll go up and they'll burn in those areas. They get permit to go up and burn through CAL FIRE to the same grant. So, it's just one of those things that what you can do with it.
Yeah, and that's one of the issues we've looked at before is there's so much wood out there, you can't compost at all. And even the air curtain burners have been an option. A couple of counties have used that. Cal Recycle allowed it to be part of the 1383 grant, but only if you had hookup to power. And one of the counties that tried to do that, the cost to hook up to power was twice the cost of the grant they were getting. So that ruled that out as a possibility. Yeah, so all of those are good discussion points that we can have in here, even though that's not a traditional part of the waste stream. So we definitely have an opportunity to talk about that without, even though it's not a traditional waste stream. But yeah, looking at other things out there. And yeah, so.
I fully support including those discussions for forest management, also for illegal dumping and solid waste related blight, and emergency response. All of those areas definitely have a role in zero waste, in that if they're not addressed well, then that's definitely a wasteful moment.
Yeah, and
so
we've also made sure we we've brought up your issue, Ted, and we're looking at it of when there's power shutoffs and how that causes a spike in the organic waste.
Right.
So we've made sure that we're addressing that as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
One more thing. I think maybe we need to go, Cal Recycle needs to go back and look at the possibility of, before 1383 came, they were giving all this money for composting and anaerobic digestion. And as soon as they started implementing the regulations, all that funding went away. They need to continue that funding because they said at the very beginning, we are short 50 to 100 facilities to be able to meet our goal. And if we're still short 50 to 100 facilities to meet that goal, they need to put money towards that to help us meet that goal. And they also need to look at waste to energy as an option, because we have all this stuff up in the mountains and down south and all over the place, and it's just waiting to catch fire again. So a waste energy facility in one of those areas would be highly beneficial to those communities.
Yeah, waste energy is going to be a difficult one in this with the concept. Biomass is probably a bit more acceptable in that terms, but I've been talking with Ted a lot about how to balance that whole discussion in terms of zero waste, because in most zero waste hierarchies, that type of method is pretty much discouraged or minimized in there in terms of other ones. But given the amount of wood out there are other things that need to be looked at. And that's what John had mentioned with the biomass facilities are under jeopardy now with what's going on. And that's going to be a real problem as an option.
But we are having a lot of discussions about waste to energy with a lot of these stakeholders as kind of the pathway to manage whatever we can't recycle or compost or, it gets back to the definition of zero waste. What is zero waste? Completely zero waste? Is it 20% of waste that's left? Is it 5%? If we really want zero waste, we've got to do something with the residuals. And there we go.
And one of the things I forgot to mention at the very beginning, zero waste is not numeric goal, is what Cal Recycle is looking at. It's the process of looking at the waste stream. And Ted will definitely add to this.
Well, the folks who have been working on zero waste internationally, have included a lot of people who were fighting incinerators.
Yeah.
And some of the strongest advocates, Gaia, the Global Alliance for Incinerator Alternatives, has always been a strong advocate for zero waste. So that's kind of been blended in. In terms of California, California has moved away from waste to energy as a general mode of management for years, and I believe some of the waste to energy plants that were in operation have recently closed down. That said, to me, and we're not against industrial processes necessarily. However, and when we think about recycling and composting, a lot of what we start to think of is metals and papers and things like that that are separated by mechanical processes. Once you start talking about having overproduction of oil resources or petrochemical resources made into plastics, those materials can't be recovered in the same degree at all. And so the concept that you can either recycle them or composting, it just doesn't apply to plastics. It really doesn't. And so the folks who manufacture plastics want everybody to believe there's some magical solution that's just around the corner that's just going to be perfect. And I have yet to see it. I have yet to believe them. Again, that said, our rural communities live in areas where there's lots of forest lands. And a lot of the zero waste push has been looking at municipal management of municipal materials. And those agricultural and forestry materials were never really part of that stream. And so in some ways, the agricultural management and the forestry management and the mining management discussions have been completely separate from the discussions about what is proper municipal solid waste management. As we're looking at zero waste statewide, we have to start honestly acknowledging the overlap of these conversations. And that does not mean necessarily that zero wasters are promoting incineration, but that those two management systems overlap in our rural areas, and that's an important element of the discussion. Again, that said, in my years of experience, I still think that while I do not support waste to energy incineration, and there's a wide variety of reasons why, and I can dive into that if you'd like, but I think combustion processes can be useful, localized, destructive processes. Specifically, I'm thinking about explosives, fire, munitions, those things that are not safe to transport. We've got a marine flare collection program that's about to, go across the state so that we can haul those materials to Louisiana. Well, they be documented to be burned in the open air. I mean, it's the amount of expense for the amount of environmental benefit is absolutely and totally questionable. So, if you're going to advocate for more reasonable management, then it's important to consider all of these things. Thank you for allowing me to take up so much airspace.
Yeah, and an important point in there too is the full waste to energy burning everything is not going to be palatable in this part, but wood is different. I mean, if waste to energy traditionally took a lot of organics and plastics and things. I mean, if you're dealing with plastic from a zero waste standpoint, you get rid of plastic, that's changing lifestyle, but we're never going to get rid of wood. We're always going to have wood. So how do you deal with that massive amount of wood that's out there? So that needs to be looked at as an option potentially in there.
Right. And not all wood, like even with the people with fireplaces in their homes, there's certain woods they're not going to burn because of the oil content of the wood.
Creosote.
Not all wood is equal. So,
Manzanita.
The manzanita, there's certain pines, there's certain kinds of trees up there that they just leave. The guys who go looking for firewood, they'll just leave them. They won't touch them because you burn it and it's just black. So, yeah, they're not a lot of it. And that's why we're partnering with CAL FIRE mainly to try to control that a little bit. But it's a hard one. It's a hard one to deal with for sure.
Yeah. But those other ones might have some other avenues to look at too. So looking at those possibilities can be part of this. But so the main focus of the plan is going to be looking at how to manage material, keeping it more local, because the more you have to transport stuff, that's a big impact and cost with facilities that are far away. And you all experience that. But there's also opportunities with reuse parks or right and repair where you can take some of the material traditionally going in the landfill and divert it, like what you're going to be doing in Tehama and other places, have those ability to do that. So that can save people money in materials if they learn how to repair it, but also create an opportunity for jobs in school trainings and people how to do that sort of trade. Could be very helpful in rural areas.
Yeah, that is a big aspect of it, is getting the labor power there, because there's plenty of things that could be reused, repaired and stuff, but having people to do that or training them in how to do that is an important aspect. So I don't know if there's education or training funding that can go into that. But one other thing when we were talking about wood was pallets. So those can be repaired and reused. And I think there were some companies that took advantage of some RMDZ funding further south, like Ventura, San Diego, something. And there's this one property I've gone by in Tehama County frequently, and you could see them growing with all the pallets they have. There's also some other opportunities. Recently met a gentleman that does computer repair, but he's also a woodworker. He's taken a lot of pallets, and you might see these in coffee shops or other places where they use it as a wall cladding. So there's some potential to reuse those materials like they did with the old barns when they were tearing them out and they put them in like the Bay Area restaurants and stuff. So as long as you can identify that, like we have a gentleman that comes to our hazardous materials reuse facility very frequently, and he was a cabinet maker as a trade, and he's looked at the wood pile before and come, to my office distraught that, there's plenty of good wood that's going in there, and but you can't employ somebody at a landfill that has an eye for that kind of wood, so you need to bring them in like a specialty kind of thing. So that's one of the main downsides I've seen is funding something for that, or the training, like deconstruction as well for homes or barns.
Yeah, and that's one of the things to keep in mind with this report too, is we're not going to be able to solve that problem necessarily, but we can definitely point out that these are things that could happen where you could develop these sort of things, but what we're missing is the funding, the education, the training for those. And those things are things that need to be incorporated into the longer term plan, developing funding for that, developing the opportunity for the jobs. So we get to point all of that out as part of this. And the other one is extending landfill life, because we do have a number of landfills in these 19 counties and the other counties. You want to maintain that facility many respects as long as you can, because once that facility closes, as some counties have experienced, then your costs go up. You still have to pay maintenance costs. You have to closure, post-closure, all the monitoring that has to go on with no income while you're funding infrastructure to haul that material long distances. So trying to get more detail on the counties that have done that. We've got a few here that I want to get some more of that information on. So if you can divert that material before that you don't have to transport, that could be a good way to fund these programs. But you still have to fund the existing landfill in some form. But yeah, you keeping that landfill open for the things that need to go there that don't have an option yet is part of this discussion. So a couple of the case studies we're looking at, we're still shifting a few around. A couple ones latched onto Mariposa County, right outside the landfill, is a lady that runs the SPCA, which that's great service. But what they also set up is a reuse area, basically a thrift store right outside the gate of the landfill. They're very limited on space, but that's what our facility looks like, just like almost like a yard sale that they have. But it's very popular for people to use. They'll stop, drop stuff off there. They'll come shop. They actually do a lot of clinics with kids and little events with them. So that's something that's pretty easily set up there. It's a nonprofit running it. So that's kind of a question for the group too, is I know in dealing with some of the counties, you have a difficult time trying to develop these on county facilities, county time, county staff, hiring people to run these. And maybe there's a way to facilitate nonprofits that would be doing this, that activity for the county and not having to make it a county employee. And hopefully, I don't know if people think that's a valid avenue to pursue, as opposed to hiring county staff to run these things.
Yeah, it is, it's something that we put into our master plan for our reuse facility. We're going to go out to bid on that. We already have a space set up, planned in our master plan for a location, and then we'll go out to bid for a nonprofit to come and operate it. So that's, that way we don't have to, I mean, my guys will still probably go over and help and stuff like that, but
And what kind of nonprofit are you looking at for that?
like Habitat for Humanity or ARC or something like that, Salvation Army, Goodwill.
There's a few out there.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Monterey's Last Chance Mercantile changed contractors a few years ago. They're using a disabled veterans group to run that facility for them.
So in the contract that the operator has to operate our publicly owned landfill, it's a private operator, they're required to divert a certain amount of material through that contract. And then it's up to them to create unique ways to do that. So they created what they're calling their swap shop. So that started with the new contract in 2024, and they don't sell it. It's all free to the public to come and take that material. A lot of it's stuff that would normally end up in the landfill because there isn't a recycling stream for it. And it had traditionally. So then their goal is to, do a couple tons per year and then increase that and increase the viability and of that kind of reuse component. So there's plenty of good stuff. And prior to that, they have traditionally given that material to a homeless organization for their rapid rehousing program, but most of that was furniture related. Now they can do books, they can do mattresses that are still in the plastic liner that came in, even things that could go to recycling, like scrap metal or stuff that isn't scrap yet, like screws and other fasteners. They had a whole pallet full of boxes of 1,000 fasteners and concrete tie down, things like that. That certainly you could put to scrap, but it was brand new, and then people can get another useful life out of that. And bicycles, bicycle repair, that sort of thing. We have a new nonprofit actually that started doing that because years ago, the probation department would take them, and then they don't have the same amount of folks in their program anymore. So a nonprofit just started this last year, and they're coming out and they're picking up bicycles, bicycle parts, anything that they can, make into, usable bikes to give out or sell to folks to fund their nonprofit.
Yeah, the bicycle one's a good one. I've seen that at a lot of transfer stations. They set aside the bicycles and the parts, and then somebody comes along and fixes them up, and that turns into gifts at Christmas for a lot of kids that couldn't afford one. So that's a really nice feature to have. But all of those, I mean, there are a number of nonprofits out there doing it, which I think would be easier to set up than having to justify hiring county staff to run these things. So hopefully, I don't know if people have counter thoughts to that one. But I mean, having a nonprofit is not an easy thing to do, and you've got to keep all the people there working. Some of them rely on volunteers, which is always difficult. But Mono County's looking at extending their landfill. They spend a lot of time filling up their landfill very quickly. So they bought this device called the Pronar mobile shredder. It'll shred everything from tires to concrete. And so they actually were able to take some of that concrete, run it through a few times and turn it into road-based use for construction purposes. So and concrete takes up a lot of space in a landfill. And so they were able to do that and looking at diverting some of it that way. So both extending their landfill and also having that device out there. It's very expensive to get that device, but it's working out and extending their landfill life. And then one I think I mentioned before is Mariposa Yosemite, talked to the Yosemite Institute out there. I got to talk to her some more. But they have tried to facilitate a program for camping gear. You get all the visitors coming in out of state, out of country, buying camping gear. They can't take it back. They just leave it behind. And most of it's going into the transfer station, the landfill now, because there's no facility set up to actually handle that or sell it again type thing. So that there's an opportunity there. Not only Yosemite, we got Lassen Park, we got a lot of other ones out there where, I mean, if you're going to buy camping gear, you could buy something secondhand like that if you're only going to use it for a week or two. Yeah, Ted.
Yeah, a brief comment on the question about nonprofits. And since we're on the list of the Del Norte Resource Recovery Park, our experience was that we planned for a resource recovery park, essentially making the pitch that if we could recover reusable items and resell them in an adjacent facility, then that could be an operation. That was convincing enough that our transfer station operations contractor, Hambro WSG, opened up what they called the Eco Store across the street, which I really loved because then we didn't need to open up our own facility. But as a for-profit subsidiary, what they found is while they were making a profit, they weren't making enough of a profit. And so they closed down. And so to me, that actually speaks in favor of looking at a community-based nonprofit, because they were meeting their community mission, but they just weren't turning enough of a profit. That said, what we find in our community is that we're generally on the edge of having adequate capacity, but not quite there. And so for instance, our nonprofit boards at the Habitat for Humanity don't feel like they have the capacity to talk about a restore. The nonprofits that are there, oftentimes the staff that are doing things are doing a dozen different things, and they're very overtapped. And so trying to ask them to do one more thing seems like a big ask. So that's largely our experience. So there may be an opportunity for for-profit businesses, but they may not be making enough profit, and then that raises issues.
Yeah, and I want to be able to capture those thoughts into here as well. Yeah, but that's a good one there. Also, providing feedstock for industries out there. Remember, they're closed now, but Humboldt had Fire and Light that took a lot of recycled glass and turned it into awards and things. And I think we have some around here somewhere that ESJPA got. Other people got those. But yeah, that could be something in there. And along those lines of resource recovery parks, taking that material and putting back into use, like maybe the wood there. There could be an opportunity here that could be a bit controversial, is with the push to do more of these types of things statewide, that maybe some of the rural counties could host some of those industries out there, taking material from other counties and turning it into material there. So getting those kind of business incomes coming in might be an opportunity, especially for some of the counties along the I-5 corridor, because it can be easier to get these facilities built in the rural areas than in the urban areas. So that might be something to look at too.
And there's something I like to point out I know we all realize this on some level, but the whole basis of the circular economy is, innovation, design, manufacturing, the use, people, your environment, the collection and the recycling recovery, and then bringing it back in. But with innovation and design, there's profit. And if there's no profit, it's not going to happen. And so profit always comes before the people or the environment. It always has, and it always will, unfortunately. So when we sit here and have this discussion and we're looking at all the options we have, we need to go back to Cal Recycle with the zero waste plan and just let them know if it's not profitable for the rural counties to implement this program, and if you're not incentivizing us in some way to help us build the infrastructure we need to be profitable enough to make it float so we can do these things, what's the point of pushing this at us? It's just hurting us financially.
And that's part of the approach of the plan that we're going to be coming in is, you can do these things, but here's the problems that we have with trying to do those. So it's a good opportunity to bring that stuff to light. Another one I talked to Deb about is what she did last time at our meeting, was the community composting that you're doing out there. So again, these 19 counties are exempt from mandatory collection, but you're still doing things anyway in many of the counties for various reasons to do that. And again, keeping in mind, if our rural exemption goes away, that gives you something to start building upon as those community composting. And I think that's one of the foundations in 4-H too, is looking at that as a material, as a process. So those are some of the ones we're looking at. We may tweak these a little bit more as we go through, but those are some examples of things that there are challenges, but at least there's some successes in getting some of these things out there. But they could use more help in getting those processes out there. So if you look at the statewide plan, you'll see some of their case studies. We wanted to put some rural ones in there as well, showing how things could get done. But
And Larry, the question I have, when you put Tuolumne in, are you talking about the community green waste event I was running? We weren't composting per se.
Oh.
That's just why I wanted to
Yeah.
wordsmith that a little. We were collecting, it was going to our satellite transfer station. There's resource facility for some of the material, and then some of it, like the chip, was going to a composting facility, but it goes a couple different
Different
places. We weren't composting it
Right.
ourselves.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
that terminology there, but you know, I want to tap into that you've done out there because it's a good model to use in other places. But there are some groups out there that was folk that got their name again. The group that was promoting that, we had them as a speaker here before.
Timothy Anglin
Yeah,
from
Timothy.
the California Alliance for Community Composting.
Composters. Yeah.
I toured a Foothill Horizons Outdoor School, which is one of the science camps, science/outdoor camps. I think it's for Stanislaus County that's up in our area. They have one of the best looking food recovery programs in a school environment. They train these kids who are there for 4 days for the most awesome recovery I've seen in a while. It was an inspiring case story.
Yeah.
Before composting, they actually prioritize animal feeding. So feeding people, then waste reduction, right? And then feeding people, feeding animals. And then, so we have a school that's collecting for a couple chicken farm and pig farms right now. And they're doing a great program. It's real well run. They don't have to have any staff actually involved. The kids have been trained up and they just know. And I was out there because they're a commercial edible food generator. The school is the cafeteria. And I got to witness the kids going through the breakfast line and putting everything, and there's very little contamination. So we've been able to use some of our SB 1383 grant funding. Prior to 1383 grants, though, we were also using our beverage container city county payment program funding to purchase at least the recycling bins. And then we would, out of our own operating budget, we would purchase the green containers, and then we would do the education. We give them litter grabbers and try to encourage the schools to utilize their students as kind of the peers to have a better impact on them, utilizing that. We've had some, initial setbacks with COVID where things went backwards, and then trying to reestablish those practices. So we always try to get those opportunities at schools and stuff, but I wanted to mention that, definitely feeding animals is a higher priority than feeding compost facilities too.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look in our rural areas where there are those pig farmers, Del Norte with the chickens.
Del Norte with all their chickens.
Yeah, I know that number's wrong. I just had to leave it in there for today. But yeah, the animal feed one is definitely one in here. It doesn't count for 1383 organics procurement, but it is a practice that happens and it does divert from landfills. So I think it's worth mentioning. And if we ever get a chance to revisit 1383, we can try again to keep that in there. But
And that is one thing that kind of went away in some rural areas with those divert bins at the large supermarkets. Because they go to Davis from the couple supermarkets we have to anaerobic digestion, I believe. And there used to be pig farmers that would go to those sites. Fortunately, some of our food pantries are able to utilize a pig farmer for any of the scraps that they can't give out to the people.
yeah, so that's a good aspect to add into here. So we've also looked at some existing some zero waste plans that are out there. There's a few there that we've been looking at to include some of the ideas into, as well as the CRA SWANA zero waste course that they offer, certificate course. But yeah, Del Norte's, forgot the R, is one of the first ones in the state, in the country, I think, especially in a rural area. So tapping into that report that exists out there. We should probably put it on our website as well for that. So we just received the 19 counties electronic annual reports for all of those. So Cal Recycle shipped us a data dump of all that material, going through and comparing some things. Some of the things looking in there is particularly like large venue participation. Looking at just what I suspected, there isn't much information that you guys put in there because you didn't get much for that. So I think that's a worthy discussion in here, is that's a big waste source when you have these large venues, but they're not participating in a lot of the programs.
Especially when the large venue is a state-owned facility or a state facility
Yep,
at
they're
an ag
state-owned
district.
county
and-
fairs.
That's where a lot of your events are actually happening, or at a lot of time it's the ag district fairgrounds. Those are the largest events. There's some other events, but they don't charge admission, so they don't actually qualify under that definition for SB 1383. And I think there's
Is that limited to
there's a
charging?
qualifier for admission,
Well, it's number of people, not,
but it's also if they charge admission.
yeah.
We'll talk about
Yeah.
the definitions.
I look at that.
Yeah.
Well, that could be something to identify in there too, is, I mean, it's a big source of material out there and they're not participating. And if they don't, unlike jurisdictions, they don't get fined. There's no real repercussions for not participating for that. And there's got to be a way to present that argument in there that's acceptable to Cal Recycle, because they have to approve our report. But at least we can have some of that information in here as a problem area challenge. And also got copies of all the 1383 local assistance grants from people for the 19 counties. So maybe reaching out to a few of you, like some of the stuff you just mentioned, Paul.
It's also helpful they extended that.
Yeah.
So that's nice that we have till November of next year. It was going to be April, so I was looking at, crunch time to spend that money. But now we have a little more time for some of the programs we were hoping to implement.
Yeah, and there's also an opportunity for an additional one to add, as Ted had mentioned, the greenhouse gas calculator. We've only got a few counties involved in that, and if people have extra money, some of you are participating anyway, but we could always put a little bit more into there, make it more robust. Something to chat about.
I'll just pitch what we're doing is we're going through a community planning process where we're trying to figure out how which program we're going to roll out in response to SB 1383. And so our hope is this greenhouse gas calculator will help inform those decisions, because the context of this is, of course, statewide, especially in the rural areas, in the urban areas, rolling out food waste collections on the premise that that is a net greenhouse gas reduction. And certainly in the rural areas, I think it's worth questioning whether or not that would be a benefit, but it's in general the same question, which is, if we're going to implement this program in the name of reducing greenhouse gases, which programs would move us further down that track? Thank you.
Yeah.
So if you
Something
think that might be
fantastic.
useful, we're putting together the team. Please
Yep.
join us. You can be part of the initial development or beta testing or both.
Yeah, so a number of the 19 counties, some of them did not apply for 1383 grants, and they know there's no new ones coming down the pike. But that could be definitely a recommendation as those continue. The RMDZ is a great concept on paper. It's been implemented in reality in some places, but I think that's an untapped source of things to get funding for different types of facilities out there that could be looked at. RCRC has affiliates that have been working on those kind of things as well, business development. We're also doing a number of interviews with people in the industry that have been involved in zero waste programs for a long time that have some ideas, getting some good information from them. Got a few more today and tomorrow and into next week. And just getting more data on those case studies, and really want to stress the tourism impact in a lot of jurisdictions. Even if you don't have the national parks out there, you still got a lot of people traveling through, especially along I-5, that impact the waste streams. What?
We have a small part of the national park,
Yeah.
the southwest entrance, which is the nicer entrance visitor center. And we worked with them on propane cylinder collection. And some of the other recycling programs, because then where their staff actually are headquartered at in the mineral area. So impacted by all the staff housing for the national park.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Is the people there. So that's what the report structure looks like. It's a lot different than Cal Recycle's statewide report. So those are the categories that we have to fit into. But a lot of these are great opportunities, like the recommendations for financial, educational, socioeconomical, cultural, regulatory barriers that you face in implementing programs. I think it's a good opportunity to talk about many of those. Economic viability, vitality, circular economy, public education, all of those are good ones that we can focus on providing information on. priority areas and recommendations, funding structures, programmatic changes that could be out there. So all of those are part of the plan itself. And so that's where we're at with the data gathering and some of the analysis and where we're headed for this. We've still got a lot of writing to do on it, but hope people think we're in the right direction with that rural profile and some of the suggestions that'll be coming out of it. I think it'll really highlight in more detail some of the things that are needed out there, and also some of the stuff that you are doing that's working, and would work better with just a little more help. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to particularly highlight that last statement. What would work better with a little bit more help?
Yeah.
Because I think the more we can get those ideas into this report, the better position we each will be. So if you're looking at your community and you think, hey, if we just had an X, then please at least let Larry know so that we make sure that that X is included in the report.
Yeah. And one of the other things we can mention in there too is that in the bigger picture of things, a small amount of money in a rural area can go a lot more, doing a lot more impact than in some of the more urban areas. So that's where we're at. So anything you folks have out there, because I can ask more than 10 at a time today, any of that, you can tell that one irritates me. But yeah, any detail on you've got on your programs out there, funding, dollars, tonnage, all of that would be very helpful to have. We will reach out to certain people, less than 10, on some of these things to get more detail on.
So what Larry's saying is that if you have any reason to contact him or anything to talk about, if you mention that now, he could follow up without having you be one of the 10.
Yeah, if you send me information, I don't have to ask for it.
Right. That's right.
Well, if you have any questions about my budget
Yeah.
or my funding sources, great, and also just sent to you about the programs, please follow up with me.
Yeah, I definitely want to chat more with you on that one.
Thank you, Deb. This has been very helpful, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is going to have a lot of fun aspects that we're going to be using well beyond this report period.
Yeah.
And for what it's worth, I'll just let you all know that while in all honesty, I was pretty disappointed by the zero waste plan draft that we saw. I thought this was a great opportunity to use it as a staff training moment. And so I encouraged the staff I was immediately working with, who I'd been talking through these issues with for many years, to take a look at that plan and to offer their own critiques. And I think that may be the most value I get out of that plan.
But yeah, so it's been a lot of fun. We got a lot of ideas on this thing. We just got to get it down on paper in an organized manner. And we're working on that next, try to slot all the information we have.
Do you need me to send you anything?
Yeah, I mean, it can help too, even though you're not one of the 19, it could still be examples of things that would work because you do have remote areas. We're trying to get that term adopted.
Yep. Pushing that remote thing. So.
Yeah.
And I encourage you to include the story about the Del Norte Eco Store and Fire and Light, because any circumstance where something was tried and it didn't quite work out is really instructive.
Yeah, for the reasons it didn't work out, could be something that could be promoted again to overcome those problems. So, but that's what we have. So.
Well, Larry, admittedly, I do not remember what information I have and have not sent you, so I'll have to look into that to make sure I'm not one of those.
Yeah, you're one of the 19, so yeah, anything you come up with would be helpful for that. And if you want, especially if you want to chat about some of those, we could probably do that too. Yeah, so.
Thank you, Larry. Anything more on this topic? Anybody else in the room have something to say? Okay, suggestions for topics to be addressed next time we meet, which is which day?
December 11th.
11th.
We're
December
hoping-
11th?
Yeah, we're hoping to maybe get CARB to come and talk about the landfill regulations. We had actually asked them for today, but they could not do so because the comment period is open. So yeah, we're hoping to have a longer discussion with them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Since our report will be submitted before that meeting, we probably won't be able to talk too much about data on there. We might be able to give a overview of it as well. But yeah, any other topics you want to talk about?
Okay. Yeah, so we'll look to CARB
Yeah.
and that we'll have the draft plan at that time. So if there's any comments on that draft that we want to discuss as a group, that would be a good moment.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I think those two topics would cover it. We only have so much time. Anything else today?
I think we're all good here, Ted.
All right. Thank you all. Then we'll wrap it up and you all have a good afternoon and thank you for your participation today.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
All right. See you next time.
Right.